2015. Madam Clerk, please do the roll call.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ms. Dombrowski.
Present.
Mr. Steele. Here. Mr. Starr.
Here.
Mr. Flynn.
Present.
Mr. Hall is in Juneau and asked to be excused until approximately
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Ms. Johnston is also in Juneau and asked to be excused until 6 o'clock. Mr. Honeman.
Here.
Mr. Cheney.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Here.
Mr. Evans.
Here.
You have four.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Gray Jackson, would you give us the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Thank you. If you'd like me to. Next item is 4A, B, C, D, and E. If I get one motion to encapsulate all four.
Move to approve the minutes for A, B, C, D, and E.
Any discussion on? Ask unanimous consent for approval. See no objection, those items are approved. Madam Clerk, I want to thank you again for the great job the Clerk's Office is doing getting us the minutes on a timely basis. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Kimberly, thank you. Mayor's report. Mr. Mayor is down in Juneau. Mr. Michaelis, sir.
No report, sir.
Okay. Assembly Chair's report. I was in Juneau this last week, and I'm sorry to tell you, but discretionary funding is not going to happen this year. I have a memo from the Senate Finance Chairman, and she's saying you're not going to get any money. This is to every legislator. So, the nice thing about discretionary funding, we've used it before to take care of small little projects. I'm not looking at to come to Anchorage or anywhere else. So as we're out to community councils, just tell them, if you would, it's not their fault. It's just the state of the fiscal in Alaska is what's causing this. So I just wanted you to know that memo was sent to every legislator. So other than that, I have nothing for you. So let's go around and get reports. Mr. Honeman, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Public Safety Committee meeting for February will be tomorrow at noon at the conference room here at the Lusake Library. And we will be asking the chief some specific on the agenda. You should by now all have the agenda, but interested in seeing any results so far, updates on the task force, increase or uptick in the violent crimes in our community. And look forward to hearing any concerns they may have, needs for first quarter budget revisions. Thanks, sir.
Mr. Starr, sir.
No, other than good attendance at the audit committee of the whole for the SAP and the disclosure of information back and forth on the findings of those reports. It was quite helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Starr, you ran a really good meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Because it's a contentious issue. And you
It's,
did a
it's an
great
important
job.
one. Thank you.
Mr. Steele, sir.
Coming up down the pike, the Enterprise Committee has a meeting on the 19th. It will be updates by MLNP, the port, and solid waste services.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, sir.
Nothing to report, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to follow on to your comments about Juneau. I joined you in Juneau along with one of our constituents. We do that every year, and we had great meetings with, I believe it was 8 legislators from the House and the Senate. We also had a meeting with the governor and the lieutenant governor. We were supposed to meet with the new OMB director, but that just didn't work out, so we got to sit in their conference room and look at the beautiful mountains for about an hour. And also, I'd like to say that the Budget Committee will be meeting on Thursday at noon. And one of our issues during this meeting is to review the BAC's report on property tax, number one. And number two, they also asked us to review a resolution that they would like the Assembly to approve and send to the legislature. So that's what we'll be doing on Thursday at noon in the Assembly conference room. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Gray Jackson. Mr. Flynn, sir. Ms. Dombrowski, you've got lots to talk about.
I always do, Mr. Chair. I always do. I don't believe I have any disclosures to make tonight, so you might be sad to hear that. But I am happy to report to the body that the quasi-judicial hearing panel in regards to the Eberhardt matter did finish our deliberations yesterday. We did come to a resolution that's being drafted by our special counsel, and it will be presented to the body as a whole, minus Mr. Starr, who's been recused, on the 27th of this month from 12 to 2. So that will be published, and then the item will come back before us for action.
Mr. Peterson, sir.
No report this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Clerk, anything for us?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Training.
I know you didn't expect it, but thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Amy?
may I have a moment of personal privilege, please?
Absolutely.
Mr. Chair, I would like to invite the President and the Vice President of the University Area Community Council to the podium. If you gentlemen can just introduce yourself for the record, and then the floor is yours.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Dubowski. My name is Jacob Gondek. I'm the University Area Community Council President.
And I'm Al Millspaw, the University Area Community Council Vice President.
Well, thank you, Assembly members, for your electedly held positions and for sometimes not the most thankful positions. So we appreciate you guys' time and effort. We wanted to present a couple of certificates to two outstanding members that through time and time again continue to show up to our Assembly Community Council meetings and provide us with guidance, mentoring, support, and anywhere in between.
Would Assembly Person Dick Training and Assembly Lady Albie Gray Jackson please come down here?
You can probably read it. You can probably,
Yeah, we both together. Both together. This is what we call a switcheroo. Certificate of Appreciation awarded to Dick Traney and Albie Gray Jackson for being an outstanding Assembly member to the University Area Community Council. Your continuous attendance at our meetings helped make UACC one of the most active community councils within Anchorage. Thank you. Awarded this 17th day of February 2017, signed President Jacob Gondek. We sure appreciate it from both of you. Thank you very much.
We appreciate you. Let's get in closer. There.
Now, one last thing. Do any of you two have any comments you want to make? We're going to switch around today.
I'll have to talk to the legislature about getting you some discretionary funding now. That's for you're here. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Well, take those. You're not getting those back.
thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
You did you? How do I get her button off? Should go out. There it went. Okay. Let's see. Next item of business, we're down to addendum to the agenda. If I get a motion to incorporate the addendum to the agenda in a second, I'll go through it.
Move to incorporate.
Second.
Okay, I'll go through this. Item 9D24, same memorandum, AM 109, 2015, change order number 10 to purchase order number 216124 with Kinetic Laboratories, Inc. to provide monitoring programs for discharge permits for the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska Water and Wastewater Utility, AWWU, $310,000 from Purchasing Department. Item 9D25 is same memorandum, AM 110, 2015, sole source purchase from Irwin Seating Company to furnish new audience seating at the Sullivan Arena for the municipality of Anchorage. Public Works Department, Maintenance and Operations Divisions, $1,649,281.48 from Purchasing Department. Item 9E3, information and reports. Information Memorandum, AIM 21, 2015, monthly investment report to the Assembly, December 2014 for the Finance Department. Item 9E4, Assembly Memorandum, AIM 22-2015, Monthly Investment Report to the Assembly, November 2014, Finance Department. Item 9E5, Information Memorandum, AIM 23-2015, Results of the 2014 Actuarial Report on the Municipalities' Water Workers' Compensation, General Liability, and Automobile Liability Self-Insurance Programs, Office of Management and Budget. Item 9F10, under Ordinances and Resolutions for Introduction, Ordinance AO 2015-20, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by intergovernment storm drain permit across Heritage Land Bank parcels 1085 LLKF and E, located north of Yosemite Drive in Eagle River, legally described as Track B, Eagle Bluff, and lots 53 and 34 and 33, T14N, R2W, sections 14, to project management and engineering for the purpose of establishing a perpetual drainage easement, TID-060-031-27 and 60-021-23 and 060-021-10 and 060-21-019 from Real Estate Department. Public hearing request on that is 3/3/2015. There's along with it an Assembly Memorandum, AM 112/2015. Under item 9F11, there's Ordinance AO 2015-21, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly, amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 1.15.080 pertaining to advisory opinions from the Municipal Clerk's Office. Public hearing request on that is 3/3/2015. Item 9F12, Resolution AR 2015-52, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $150,000 of other fines and forfeitures revenue from federal seizures and forfeitures to the Federal State Fine and Forfeiture Fund 257 for use by the Anchorage Police Department. Anchorage Police Department public hearing question on 3/3/2015. There's an accompanying Assembly Memorandum, AM 113/2015. Under item 14, new public hearings, there's item 14D2, Assembly Memorandum, AM 52-2015A. Is there anything else that needs added, Madam Clerk? Okay. So where'd it go? We need a vote to accept the addendum to the agenda.
Is that better? Is that going to work for you?
I don't see it here yet. I can just go unanimous if you'd like. I don't have one on mine.
Okay, well, let's tell you what, I'll just do another multiple.
Okay.
And we'll see if that comes up now for a call.
If not, we have a problem. We need a second on there and it should work. Nope. Let me ask unanimous and we'll get it. Ask unanimous consent. We're having a computer malfunction. Is there any objection to accepting the addendum of the agenda?
No.
Any objections? Got no objection, Madam Clerk, so the voting was unanimous on accepting the addendum to the agenda. It happens every now and then. Technical problems. Okay, the motion on the consent agenda in front of us, as amended by the addendum to the agenda.
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. I'm now going to go down for those things that need for further discussion. Mr. Honeman, sir.
9D Delta, 15 on the regular agenda, sir.
$90.15? Is
That's correct.
that all, sir?
That's it.
Okay. Mr. Starr, sir.
I have no items.
Mr. Steele, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to pull 9B4 and hopefully take it up just before 14A later so that the rest of the assembly can be with us.
Thank you, sir. Is that all, sir?
That's it.
Mr. Evans, sir?
It's 9 Alpha 2.
Ms. Gray Jackson, ma'am?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to pull 9 Elephant 1. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 9 Elephant 1.
Mr. Flynn, sir? Ms. Demboski, ma'am? Mr. Peterson, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No items this evening.
No, we don't need to pull one because you're not going to be here tonight. So, with that, I think we're fine. Anything from the administration needs pulled?
No, sir.
Okay. If you'd like me to. The clerk would like me to read it. 9A2, pulled by Mr. Evans.
Thanks. Move to approve.
Second.
No, we're not down there yet. She has me going through it. 9B4. We have 9D15 and 9E1. That's it, ma'am. Please vote. That was approved unanimously by the people that are here. We'll now go back to those things that are pulled, and we'll go through each one of them. Mr. Evans, again, so you pulled item 9A2, Resolution Air 2015-51.
Exactly, and I move to approve.
Second.
That's unanimous consent, seeing no objection. That's approved by the body.
Is Mr. Hall here?
No. I know you are.
This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing, honoring, and thanking Fire Battalion Chief Mark Hall for his 25 years of public service with the Anchorage Fire Department and dedication to our community. Whereas, after 25 years of dedicated service with the Anchorage Fire Department, Chief Mark Hall retired on January 3rd, 2015. And whereas Chief Mark Hall graduated from the AFD Firefighter 1 Academy in 1989 and began his career at the Anchorage Fire Department on July 2nd, 1990. And whereas he was promoted to apparatus engineer in 1996, promoted to fire captain in 1999, then to senior captain in 2001, battalion chief in 2002, and assistant chief serving as fire marshal in 2007. And whereas Mayor Dan Sullivan appointed Mark Hall chief of the Anchorage Fire Department in August of 2009. And whereas, as an active participant in the International Association of Firefighters, IAFF, for over 11 years, he served as IAFF negotiating team member, IAFF vice president, and IAFF president from 1999 to 2001, and instituted the Shop with a Fireman Shop, with the Shop with a Fireman, Shop with a Cop program. And whereas Chief Hall, in his capacity as fire chief, was responsible for all fire department services and a department budget of over $80 million, and whereas during his career with the Anchorage Fire Department, Mark has continually supported our community in many ways, including volunteer service on boards and commissions, which included Standing Together Against Rape, the Armed Services YMCA, and numerous task forces. And whereas he put together a team and responded to the Great Tsunami in Thailand as an Anchorage Fire Department representative, and delivered a check to the New York Fire Department firefighters on behalf of the state of Alaska 30 days after 9/11. And whereas he has worked in every position in the Anchorage Fire Department, and whereas he was awarded many commendations and citations over his career, including Employee of the Month, Unit Citations, Distinguished Service Citation, and the Fire Chief's Commendation in 2006. And whereas Mark Hall has been living the dream for the last 25 years in the Anchorage Fire Department, and now with his wife Gail and his daughter Katie, and whereas, given Chief Hall's dedication to public service and safety, he has accepted employment in the private sector as a fire chief. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly recognizes and sincerely thanks and honors Mark Hall for his 25 years of service with the Anchorage Fire Department and dedication to public service, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly the 17th day of February, 2015.
Don't have a lot to say except thank you very much. As it said in here, I was living the dream. I couldn't have done it without everybody you see behind me, everybody in this room, especially my wife. My daughter is working. I instilled that good work ethic in her tonight, too, so I forgive her for not being here, but thank you very much. It has really been a true honor for me to be a member of the Anchorage Fire Department, so thank you all.
Well, Chief, don't go anywhere yet.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Honeman?
Chief, good luck to you. Congratulations on your retirement. I know you're moving into the private sector, hopefully with a little more ducats coming to your way. I know we can't afford to pay people sometimes what they're really valued and worth. So I don't know what you did to your wing, but hope you heal fast. And good luck on the retirement. Hope you stay right here in Alaska. And
10 more years, yes, sir.
Spend those dollars right here.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Thank
you,
you, Paul.
Ms. Dombrowski?
Chief Hall. So I've had the pleasure of hearing Chief Hall stories or Mark Hall stories for about 15 years now. And it's only been in the last few years we've actually had the chance to meet. But I know you are well respected, and I know how much the guys care about you and how much they look up to you. And it's this brotherhood, I think, that I keep hearing about. Just because you're retiring, and I know it doesn't go anywhere. So your service is so appreciated. Good luck to you in the future. I know you'll still be serving because you're on a board right now, at least one that I know of. And we just wish you the very, very best.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. We appreciate your service to this town. Take care.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Lovey. Thank you all.
Mr. Steele, next item is yours, item 9B4, Resolution Air 2015-49. What we want to do is a motion from you to postpone this item until we get to the 14 series.
I would like to move, postpone, change the order of the day, and take this item up before 14A.
Second.
Thank you. Ask unanimous. Seeing no objection, that will happen. Next item in front of us is going to be on page 5 on your regular agenda. It's item 9D15, the same memorandum, AM 97, 2015, 2015-2016, Office Cocktail Exchange Lounge, license number 806.
Move to approve.
Mr. Honeman, you pulled that, sir.
Move to approve.
Is there a second? Mr. Honeman.
Yes, I just wanted to point out, it was a couple of years ago in the transfer on this particular license, and we actually had Ms. Shaw in before the Assembly and actually talked with the Public Safety Committee with some issues and some concerns in public safety surrounding this location. So I haven't had a chance to talk with Mr. Moses, but I assure you that we'll be monitoring this location and making sure that the transfer of ownership doesn't mean that there's some upheaval in the community safety. I'm not sure if Mr. Moses in the room at all. I don't recognize Ms. Shaw. But I don't want to hold it up. I know the transfer we only have till the 24th to protest. No need to do that, but I just want to assure you that we'll be monitoring to make sure that the location isn't a problem.
Thank you, Mr. Honeman. Any discussion from Assembly members? Ask unanimous consent. See no objection. Items approved. Mr. Honeman. Next item in front of us is item 9E1, Information Memorandum AIM 19, 2015, contracts awarded between $50,000 and $500,000 through formal competitive process for the month of January 2015. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to accept.
Second.
I would just like to make an amendment to the document before we vote on accepting it, and it would be on page 366, the last item, Zico Consulting LLC For department, it should be, internal audit should be striked out, and assembly should be added because that's the department that is responsible for this contract, not internal audit, although they are our project manager. It's the assembly department.
Second.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr. Chairman.
Is there any objection to it? Not saying any of that is approved. Anything else on that item, ma'am?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's acceptance by the body. Is there any objection to it? That item is accepted. Thank you, Mr. Ajax, for taking care of that little issue. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I noticed we had a couple of board and commission appointments, and I recognize at least one of them in the audience, so it'd be nice to have them come and introduce themselves.
If they would, please come on up.
That's you, Stephanie.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Wheeler. I work for the Alaska Railroad, and I'm a veteran, and my husband's a veteran and a retiree. So I would like to serve on the Commission for Military and Veterans Affairs.
Which branch of the military?
Air Force.
Air Force, how many years?
Him 20, me 8.
Jeez, that's great.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks for accepting this. We appreciate it.
And she's a really impressive young woman, if I may say so.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Well, what's anything else on the agenda? We can do this because it's not 6 o'clock yet. We can take up item 11A. Let me clean out what I've got here. We'll do that. You what? I'll get this done, yeah. Well, that was a lot of paper, Don. Next time in front is item 11A. Item 11A is the same memorandum, AM 44, 2015, change order number 4 to purchase order number 20130912 with Research Data, Inc., RDI, to provide project management for the Enterprise Resource Planning, ERP, application project for the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska Anchorage Information Technology Department, $200,000 Purchasing Department, postponed from 1/27/15. There's no motion, I see. There's no motion in front of us. I need a motion before you can take action on this.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any comments from assembly members? Please vote.
I guess.
Item is approved by the body. Next item in front of us is item 11B, ordinance 2014-140S, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Title 21, Land Use Planning, new code effective 1/2014. Let's see, Section 21.03.110E, improvement associated with land use permits to prohibit implementation of the Chugach State Park access plan through the land use permit process, and Section 21.08.040, dedication to address Chugach State Park access dedication separately from the trial dedication.
I move to extend the action by the Assembly to March 24th on this item.
Second.
Moved and second. Any discussion from assembly members? You said March 24th, 2015. Any objection to that? Seeing none from the body, Madam Clerk, please let the minutes reflect we've approved that. Okay. Please vote. Oh, I'm sorry, Patrick.
Mr. Chairman, can I clarify with Mr. Weaver that is that been to planning and zoning yet, sir?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Starr, the Planning Commission is going to hold a work session this Friday. They have it scheduled. It hasn't gone to them yet, but it will go to them the week prior to that. We may not have the resolution finished, but it will be to them the week prior to.
Fine. Is there an opportunity in there? There's another item sort of similar to that in the old code later on the 14s. Do they have capacity at the work session to hear them both, do you think?
They're going to look at both ordinances that Friday.
That answers the question. Thank you very much.
Okay, go ahead. Let's go to the board. The item is approved by the body. We're now down to those items we cannot take action on, so we're going to take our dinner break. We'll be back at 6, where we'll be joined by Mr. Hall and Ms. Johnston from Eagle River. From Juneau. Assembly meeting back to order. We good? Next item in front of us is item 9B4, Resolution Error 2015-49, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding a transfer of ownership of a beverage dispenser liquor license 2097 and a restaurant designation permit for TR2 Incorporated New Business Taproot, located at 3300 Spenard Road, authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action. For those that aren't with us that are down in Juneau, what we did is just postpone this item till this time. So there's no motion on this item. Mr. Hall, if you want to make the motion on it.
I would move to approve.
Second.
Moving to second. Mr. Hall.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the accommodation. As the body knows, we received a letter from my Spenard Community Council in regards to this item, asking that it be postponed until later in March. However, if we did that, it would be the 24th before we could take this up again, which is an extended delay. So I took the opportunity to reach out to Mr. Seven, who is going to be the new operator, in regards to concerns that the Community Council had. And in return with that, he has responded with a memo that was shared with the body. And I think that he is there this evening to speak to it, as well as I'm sure there's a member of the Spenard Community Council there. But in my opinion, he has addressed the concerns, and of course we can use this document as attachment as a condition on our action tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Who seconded that? Okay. Mr. Starr, sir.
You know, I watch these transfers that come in front of us, and we'll have another one later in the meeting. It's important to recognize where the body, I believe, has the ability to take action. Certainly, our recommendations and our guidance to the ABC board in a transfer is helpful. But one of the elements that we cannot seem to break the veil, and I believe rightly so, is the conditional use portion of it. So as we illustrate our ability to the community councils, I think it's important to recognize that the transfer of the liquor and the ability to vendor liquor through the new person is what's in front of us. The conditions on the building and the site and all the other stuff should come back in a different form. And Ms. Johnson in particular has great experience in how that's done, and I think it's certainly a fair practice that we have the administrative hearing process, the original complaints, and then ultimately action through a formal structure of laws that we have on the books. And it's not a lecture per se, but it's an education that the expectation of the public that we can just fix these things requires us to address it through a modification of their conditional use, either a minor modification or a major modification. So it's important for us, I believe, as a body to recognize what we can and cannot do. And I think that the idea here that we have the ability to fix noise, limit hours of operation, all the other things, that isn't a mechanism for tonight. So in that observation, I'm willing to go ahead and approve the transfer. And again, my pledge then is to come up with those oftentimes creative ways to work the conditional use and the opening of that. So I think we're well protected in that, and the site-specific conditional use with a minor modification, should that become necessary, is certainly helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Steele, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple questions for the new owner who's here tonight. May I ask him a couple questions?
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Schuette, did look at your letter. When do you take, assuming this is acted on tonight, when would you take operational control of the taproom?
It could be as soon as next week. It's just a matter of closing all of the real estate side of things. Not literally, I mean, we're not buying the real estate presently, though we intend to in the future. We will be getting an option to buy the building that we'll probably exercise next summer if all goes according to plan. So it's just a matter of reconciling sort of accrual items and things of that nature.
I was pleased with the items in your letter in terms of the distance you're willing to go to try to make things work. And there have been some perceived problems, but I'm told that the sound system that you are anticipating will spread the volume, and I'm not sure what the magic is in it. If you can tell me about that particular item, how that will decrease the either the
Certainly.
That don't come to the volume.
Not to be overly technical about it, but basically the way that PA systems used to be, you had one set of speakers in one place that made it loud enough. If the speakers were over there, it was loud enough that it's loud over there. Technology has improved to the point that you can put a lot of small speakers around a room so that the volume that group of people over there is getting is from a source very near them. So the overall volume can come way down while everybody still can hear everything well, and it's just the nature of technology at this point. And the people that I've hired, they specialize in those kinds of systems. They do them in sports arenas, typically anywhere from 10,000 seats and up, but their disposition in these things is they like to see a lot of small speakers for as few as 40 or 50 people at a time, and that keeps the overall volume level down while everybody can hear. And that's why I've chosen them, because I like that philosophy. And I also just wanted to add, if I may, to the Assembly, I realize that there are concerns about noise and things, and I just want to express to the Assembly that I come here as an attorney. I used to be a CPA. I'm very compliance-oriented, and I understand how rules work. And I strongly believe that there's no reason that a nightclub can't serve its patrons and peacefully coexist with its neighbors at the same time. To me, it just takes a little creativity sometimes.
I appreciate it. I'm sure there's some other places in town you could probably help out too. But that's the last of my questions. Yes.
Any other comments from Assembly members? Mr. Hall, anything else, sir? Mr. Hall?
No, sir. I'm muting my phone. I've got a lot of noise next door to me here, so if you call on me, it'll take me a second. No other comment. Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
Ms. Tucker?
To Mr. Hall, through the chair, AR 2014-49 is a protest, and so it has a condition that can be lifted by the clerk, which is now stated as, because the municipality doesn't have yet the approval from the Municipal Health and Human Services. And so my question to Mr. Hall through the chair is, and in considering Mr. Starr's comment, is that are you thinking that a new bullet would be added on page 12 at line 12 to add that the conditional use would be a minor modification to the conditional use would occur to add the information that was submitted by the applicant?
Yes, I would be very comfortable with that, Ms. Tucker.
Do you need a few minutes, Ms. Tucker?
Would you like me to draft that up?
Would you please, ma'am?
Yes.
We need to give her some more time.
Yes, I know that there is a member of Spenard Community Council in the audience, Mr. McGrath back there, who has some information with regards to some things that may be able to help dampen the issue as well.
Just a question about what was just discussed. Is that my understanding is that the restaurant permit transfer caught up with the thing and that protest is being withdrawn?
Removing the protest.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Let's give Ms. Tucker.
I guess I'm.
Mr. Steele, go over there and talk to Ms. Tucker.
I will.
If I get a motion to just reorder the day, let's just go on with some of the public hearing items and come back to this. That gives us some time to work with Ms. Tucker.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm in the queue, and I didn't know if you called on me.
Sorry.
But the idea that
I didn't see you there. You are.
the idea that we're going to put conditions, I saw the letter as well, and so I find it a precedent that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, whether or not you could make sense of it in a filing of a protest to the ABC board as a recommendation from us to put things that are sort of non-related to the liquor transfer permit, noise abatement, the parking, all the other stuff is far more typical to a document not this way. A minor modification to a conditional use is not handled to a transfer designee that's in front of the body tonight. So my challenge is he can certainly do it, but the idea that the conditions wouldn't make any sense to the ABC and his ability to vendor alcohol is really going to be my argument then and now. And so My point is, if he wants to draft a modification to a conditional use, it's going to require a public hearing. I don't think that's his intention.
Let's
Certainly.
take a few minutes and let them work on this, and we'll get back to this item. If the body doesn't mind, let's move on to item 14A. We'll come back and pick this up before the meeting's over. Is that all right with the body? Take it up before we get to the last item of the day. Let's take it up.
Mr. Chairman, I move to change the order of the day to take this item up prior to item 15A.
Second.
Ask unanimous. See no objection. That will happen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. We're now going on to item 14A. Yes, ma'am. Okay, we need to hear from both Mr. Hall and Ms. Johnson if you have any problem with changing order of the day to move further down on the agenda item, starting with item 14A.
No.
Okay. Thank you both. Next item in front of us is item 14A. Item 14A is Ordinance AO 2015-12, ordinance authorizing the sale of properties foreclosed for delinquent taxes under special assessments. Public hearing this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Spell your last name. You'll have 3 minutes or longer if there's questions. I always have to tell them that because sometimes people don't like talking. Anybody at all? Welcome, sir.
My name is Robert Matthews. I have property that's under Dorothy Matthews. My sister and I have been in the house since we were born. We thought when our mother died that we automatically got the house. We found out just recently that we hadn't gone through probate. It is now in probate. We're trying to secure a loan through Alaska USA to get monies for the taxes that are due. We've run into kind of a catch-22 situation. The Alaska USA cannot do anything without a deed, and we can't get the deed without paying taxes. I didn't know if there's some way that something can be done about it or on it at this time, or are we just going to be out the house?
What is the tax parcel ID number or the last name on the property?
Matthews, Dorothy M.
Number 11.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Dombrowski.
Thank you. Mr. Matthews, I'm over here. What is the liability against the property right now? How much in back taxes are owed?
$14,400.
And what is the value of the home?
Approximately $260,000.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, would you prefer me to wait until after public testimony to ask my questions of the administration, or?
I would, because there's
Okay.
other questions.
I will hold. We're going to talk about your parcel a little bit more as soon as public testimony is closed, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Johnston.
I'd like to, Mr. Matthews, have you spoken to anybody on the staff of the municipality?
Not at this time. The only person that I cannot remember her last name was Debbie I know she's off of Elmore Street, but I'm not exactly sure. Even our lawyer had called to find out the tax situation, and she remembered that we had talked earlier at the time, and she, had mentioned to him about having to go through probate. And we didn't realize that we needed to do that when our mother passed away.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Honeman, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Matthews,
Matthews.
over here. Is it your intent, would you desire to actually pay the taxes and perhaps either retain ownership of the home or sell it?
Yes, to retain ownership of the home.
And that's between you
That'd be between my sister and I. Yes.
How long has the home been in the family with your mother?
Well, since 55.
Thank you.
My sisters lived there the whole time. I was out of it for like 13 years, but.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. There are no other questions.
Thank you.
Just stay in attendance because we may need some more further questions.
Yeah. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Hello.
Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Well, 55 is pre-statehood, so that's, I'm sure he's got it paid for. I'm wondering the delinquent taxes. Okay, he owes 14 grand, but the house is worth over 200. Is there any way that you guys could give them leeway for an equity loan or perhaps some other payment plan? Because, and I don't know how many other people are going through that, but with the property values the way they are today as opposed to 1955, one would construe that, yeah, it's worth more than they paid, especially if it was a homesteader plot. I was thinking, what are you going to do with the money once these properties are sold? I don't know what the municipality, does it go to the general fund to get commingled with other services, or do you actually use it to help the homeless or people who you kick out? If there's just on the one property loan, 230 grand, you could use half of that and invest it wisely for other people to maybe get the help they need if they don't understand the process of home ownership, equity loans, or taxation. Thank you.
Ma'am, we need your last name.
Spencer Bells, SPENCER Bells, BELZ.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, well, come on up, please. If you'd pronounce your last name and spell your last name, if you would, please.
L-O-C-K-H-A-R-T. First name Jimmy.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm here on a municipality tax deal. What I wanted to find out is this, when is the sale date of this? I didn't understand that.
Sir, could you take the microphone closer to you? I'm getting hard of hearing.
I want to know what the sale date is on this.
What's this? What he's asking, what the sale date is on these properties?
Yeah.
Does anybody have the answer?
Administration, what's the sale date? Mid-April, April 14th or 15th.
I was don't understand it. But I also noticed, first I want to say I reject the offer of contract pursuant to regulation, the truth in lending. But I'm going to go through with this. So I warned in some prior letters that I do have sovereignty. I have a Homestead Act and also military. So what I want to do
is adding his letters and to the document, because it's got the letters of protest. And so,
hold on, sir.
I'm not comfortable doing it. I'd rather just approve it as
Steele coming out over the phone. Go somewhere else, Mr. Steele, please. I'm sorry. Please continue, sir. I apologize.
I suffer with prostate cancer real bad too. So
anyway, we're running our conversations going over the air. So
yes, it is. Would you reset?
That's why I'm getting the change.
Okay. Would you reset this back to 3 so he's got full time? Ms. Dembowski, question for this gentleman.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Lockhart, I'm over here. How long have you lived in your home?
I built it, I think it's 75.
75? And how much do you owe in taxes?
Well, you guys say I owe $28,000. I say I don't owe anything. But that's an argument to come up.
Sure. So have you been getting notices? Did you talk to anybody from the city about how much you owed or how much the city says?
No, somehow, which I didn't know about, the municipality wound up what they say the title on it. But my sovereignty gave me a title for the rest of my life. So I don't know how they got that, but we'll find out later.
Okay, because this does have to be dealt with before April 14th, or the city could potentially sell your home. Do you understand that?
I'm sorry?
Do you understand that the taxes owed on the property have to be paid by the 14th, or the city could sell your home? Do you understand that?
14th of April?
Yes, sir.
No, I didn't understand that till just now.
Can I say something? My dad is 88 years old. He'll be 88. He has the Congressional Gold Medal of Honor. And I'm trying to help him with his taxes, but we can't do nothing because it says MOA and this and that. We can't even get, you can do a reverse mortgage. We can't do nothing because of the MOA that you guys have on it. So when I'm trying to help him, because I grew up in that house too, and it's like, all these taxes, it makes me as a young person not even want to buy a house, because when I get 65, I'm going to owe like $3,000, $8,000. How are you going to pay it off Social Security? How are you going to do that? So it makes me wonder, even though I was born and raised here, it makes you wonder about all those things. I'm just asking questions, you know. So why should I buy a house? Why not just rent from someone else? You know, it discourages you how they do the senior citizens here. You know, and it's, you know, he doesn't have that type of money, all those taxes. Like, his house is not even, I don't even know where they came up with the assessment. I looked at the taxes on it. I said, well, this house is built in 70-something, and it's falling apart, and, what'd you say, when I was born in that house, when he built it, and the taxes keep getting higher and higher, and I don't even know where they came up with this idea. He had someone come to assessment, because I asked him about it today, and he said it was not even worth what the municipality put on the taxing. I said, well, how are they taxing these people on this house if they haven't really had an assessor come out and look at what it's really worth? And it's not worth what you guys say it is. It's falling apart. I'm trying to help my dad, and I want him to see him to live out his life in that house, but he's diagnosed with prostate cancer, and he doesn't have long, you know, so I'm trying to get these tax situations resolved. They have reverse mortgage, but we can't do nothing because I called them today. MOA has lien on this and that, and that's, oh God, you know, so I'm here just trying to help him so he can, you know, have his house, you know, and then maybe the kids will get it, and then we'll take care of it from there. But right now, he has nowhere else to go. He's going to be homeless. He's going to be, you know, sell his house, you know, and you sell, you know, everything else in it, then he's not going to have nothing. And it's like you build, what, stuff in Alaska for what? I just don't understand. Even though I've been here a long time, I do not understand.
Ma'am, we need you to spell your last name, if you would.
My name is Lockhart, too. My name is Alicia.
Thank you.
I'm
We have
sorry.
a few more questions.
I want to say one other word. I'm over 65, so allegedly you guys have been charging me senior citizen taxes on half of that duplex. It's a duplex. But when you have your sale, you're going to sell the whole thing, property and all. I don't get that. So maybe you can enlighten me on it.
I've got a bunch of people that want to talk to you guys. Okay?
Thank you.
Mr. Honeman.
Yes, Mr. Lockhart, and thank you, Ms. Lockhart, for stepping up top.
Can we, he don't feel good.
Excuse me, you dropped your earring.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
If you need to sit down, you certainly can.
Yeah, he has cancer, so he's not feeling good.
Down. What I want to do is I want to ask the body to postpone this to our next meeting. We have some questions, but I do want to go to the members. Mr. Honeman?
I'll yield the fact that he needs to sit down. I had a few questions. I think I understand it that you want to retain the home. You'd like to pay the taxes owed and square the matter up so you can maintain the home. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
Thank
Good to see you.
All right, thank you, guys.
Home woman.
Thank you, guys.
Good to see you.
You too, sir.
Excuse me, does he have to stay here? He's not
No.
feeling good.
No.
Can you guys get back with us?
Yes.
What I want to do is ask the body to postpone action on this to our next meeting.
Yeah, give me about 6 months.
We have some people have some issues. We want to deal with it first.
Okay, I'll thank you. Appreciate it.
Sir, we'll need your first name, last name, if you'd spell it, please.
My name is David Paul. My family name is Biesmeyer. It's David Paul. It's pretty easy to spell. Standard spelling. Biesmeyer, B-I-E-S-E-M-E-Y-E-R.
Go ahead, sir.
How much time do I have?
3
Just
minutes.
what?
3 minutes, sir.
Yeah. Good. I got seemingly some bad news for you guys. I don't know how many of you have read the Alaska Statehood Act, Section 6. Is anybody that's actually read the Alaska Statehood Act? Is that a no? So the record, none of you have read it. But this is where the state of Alaska was given 104,550,000 acres of land. But there's a proviso in the act. And then in statutes, the municipality was given some 44,000 acres of land. But the proviso is you get this land, again, this is subdivision of the state, you get this land provided that nothing herein contained shall affect any valid existing claim, location, or entry under the laws of the United States, whether for homestead, mineral, right-of-way, or other purposes whatsoever, or shall affect the right of any such owner, claimant, locator, or entryman to the full use and enjoyment of the land so occupied. Mr. Lockhart here has been living in his home for over 50 years. Anyway, the bad news is most of Anchorage was patented directly to the people prior to statehood. It's not part of the Statehood Act. And if you familiarize yourself with Section 8 of the Alaska Constitution, it discusses the policy of the state. And it's to encourage settlement of its land, its resources. It goes on to say general authority. Legislature shall provide for the utilization, development, and conservation of all natural resources belonging to the state, including lands. Anyway, its legislature shall provide for selection of lands granted to the state by the United States. Well, the bad news is most of Anchorage has been patented directly. It's not part of the Statehood Act. It's not which has been granted to the municipality. I know you've been doing it for a long time, but I guess I would like to ask what your authority is for applying Title 29 to the private patent lands. Does anyone have someone that can offer an explanation of that?
Sir, we don't answer your questions. You've still got 30 seconds if you want to continue your testimony.
I'm just about done. This is in the nature of a notice. Obviously, a servant will not be corrected with mere words. But anyway, I would encourage you. You've all admitted that you've not read the Statehood Act. Well, I had a senator call me because he got a hold of something, and he had never read it. He'd been in the legislature for 30 years. It's like, my goodness, what are you administering to? So anyway, I'm just trying to, I'm not, come in with, I'm not mad. I'm just suggesting that you do a little research on what you're actually doing, because there is liability associated with this. Even though I know that it's done it for a long time, if you look at the consent governments formed by the judges that came up here in the early 1900s, you'll find some characteristics of Anchorage and how it's taxing property. Thank you.
Take care.
Yeah.
Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Good evening. My name is Don Swanson. I live over there on West 40. I decided to change my...
Sir, just push
the microphone is losing you.
You don't have to touch the microphone.
Okay, I don't want to touch it.
Go.
Well, first of all, I just wanted to tell you my name, and that I'm from Spenard. I live over there next to the rec center. I've been there for almost 20 years. I've been in the neighborhood for almost 40 years.
Talking about the tax issue, sir?
Oh, no, I'm talking about the buses. Y'all stop talking.
This is about taxes, sir.
Well, I'll get the chance to do it twice.
If buses come up later, yes. This is just deals with taxation issues for delinquent taxes.
Okay, well, well, I'm already here, so I'm going to give you my spiel real quick, and I'm going to leave real quick.
Okay, so you've got 2 minutes.
What I want to know, what I want you to know is the Spenard Community Council is against moving our bus. Okay, I'm against moving the bus. The Spenard Community Council is against moving the bus. Everybody in my neighborhood is against moving the bus, and I'll thank you for the time, and I'll see y'all later.
Thanks for coming here, sir. We appreciate you being here.
Okay.
Take care.
Hello.
Ma'am, we're talking about delinquent taxes?
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am. Need your first name, last name, spell your last name.
That's private. You can't have it.
I know, but just tell us what it is and spell your last name.
Okay, so I'll spell it for you. It's colon, lowercase l, lowercase o, lowercase r, lowercase n, lowercase a, hyphen, lowercase j, lowercase e, lowercase a, lowercase n, colon, House of Marsh.
Thank you.
Okay, so actually, this is notice to you all, but it's notice to all in the room and to the general public, because I think we're on the air. All properties that have patents require, if they're going to tax them, that the one holding the patent is the one assessing the taxes. You cannot assess taxes on a patent that was given through the Federal Homestead Act or through the Patent Act. So any home that's being sold, and I don't know any specific one, but if there is one that's here, there will be a private administrative process and likely a federal court case against it. So anyone purchasing one of those homes through the delinquent taxes, this is legal notice for that you'll be added as a defendant. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Anybody else wish to testify? Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Chairman Training, ladies and gentlemen of the Assembly. My name is Jed Van Loan, V-A-N-L-O-A-N. I speak as an attorney on behalf of Mary Lillo, L-I-L-L-O, of Wasilla. She's present. She doesn't prefer the microphone, so I'm here. Mrs. Lillo is the daughter of Donald Newton. One of Mr. Newton's, his residence has been tax foreclosed and is the subject of Ordinance AO 2015-12. The Real Estate Department has refused my client's attempt to redeem the property as recently as today. I am here to request on her behalf that the matter be set over for a period of time so that her application to become the personal representative of the estate can be granted, and or that the Department of Real Estate can be convinced to accept her payment, and or that the gears of the Superior Court can be engaged to enjoin the Department of Real Estate to accept her payment or some other remedy. Or the Assembly can accept tender of the payment for the unpaid taxes, which I hold in my hand. Really, that's what Mrs. Lillo is requesting.
We have a few questions for you, sir. Ms. Dembowski.
Thank you, sir. I missed your name. Could you repeat it for me?
Sure. Jed Van Loan, V-A-N, capital L-O-A-N.
Okay, Mr. Van Loan, how much does the city say are delinquent in taxes?
The city's interest in the tax foreclosure is $11,821.50.
And that represents the amount in its totality that the municipality says that is owed on this property?
According to the MOA's letter dated February 3rd that was sent to Mrs. Lillo, yes.
And that payment has been attempted to be tendered to the municipality?
This afternoon, ma'am.
And they refused to take it?
That's correct.
Who did you speak with?
I believe it was Debbie Reich.
Sure. In Real Estate Services?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's my understanding that the payment can be made as long as the full payment of the taxes are received by the municipality prior to the auction date. In this case, I think it's April 14th. Then the title would go back. Now, but you are saying Mr. Newton is deceased?
Mr. Newton is deceased.
Okay, so this is a property that's in probate or attempting to be probated?
Mrs. Lillo has applied to be appointed as personal representative. We have not received letters of administration. A probate case has been opened, but the court process is out of my client's hands. This house is scheduled for the auction block on, I think, the middle of April.
Is it that the municipality is not accepting this payment at this point? Is it because she's not the owner of the residence?
I understand the basis for declining payment today was the Real Estate Department's interpretation of Alaska Statute 2945-400, which reads in part that during the redemption period, a party having an interest in the property may redeem it by paying the lien amount plus penalties, interest, etc.
And does that amount represent the penalties and interest as well?
It is the exact payment amount from the February 3rd payoff letter, which was was mailed on, dated February 3rd, 2015.
Okay, and one follow-up. This particular property She's asking to be appointed as the executor of the estate. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is not a property that is held in trust.
No, the title to the property was in Donald Newton, a single man at the time of his death. He lived there since 1985, and its title under the decree of foreclosure is now held by the municipality.
Sure. I figured that's the case. I just wanted to articulate it on the record. It seems like we have multiple issues with this particular ordinance this evening, so if you'll just hang offline, we should have some more information for you as the night progresses.
Mr. Honeman.
I guess most of the questions have been answered, but it is still, like, I'm going to ask consistently. The intent is for Ms. Lillo?
Yes, sir.
Is in her intent to pay the taxes in full that's owed, and somewhere along the way, hopefully the courts will deem her the probate or executor and perhaps a person controlling that property.
Her intention this afternoon when she went to redeem the property by tendering the payment in full was to actually pay the taxes. Right. And she's ready, willing, and able to do so before the assembly right now.
Well, and I think that's something that, on the record, if in fact this property were to, I don't want her to incur more penalties or interest or anything. You know, if the money is there to pay now, I'd ask that, we'll try to take some action here to see if we can. Thank you.
Mr. Steele, sir.
Yes, sir. Was her tender in order to gain it for the benefit of Mr. Newton's estate, or is it for her to gain title to the property?
Good question, and no, to be clear, she was not attempting to purchase the property or buy it into her name. She has a brother and a sister who are the 3 surviving descendants and lawful heirs of Donald Newton. The property she's trying to redeem would belong to the estate.
There are no other questions, sir. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify in this matter, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
I'd like to move to postpone this.
Till March 3rd.
Thank you.
Second.
To the administration, we're postponing this, hopefully, to March 3rd. Can we get some clarity? Because in all the years I've been on the assembly, I've never seen outpouring like this. And so I'm wondering why. If you guys would take care of this, would appreciate it. We normally don't have.
Yes, sir. As we discussed a little bit ago, I think the best thing to do is we'll go ahead and research these 4 cases and get back to you. I think I know what's going on, and I think what it is, it's a catch-22 that we're operating under right now. But what we have to do is research the state law as well as our own and see what allowances can be given here. So,
thank you, sir. Mr. Starr, sir.
Mr. Vakelis, in your research as well, can you see about the time frame between the acceptance of the clerk's deed and I thought we had a municipal policy, or at least it seemed to be practice, where those deeds would sit quiet for a while before we took sort of aggressive nature to come to market. So I'd also like perhaps a comparison to that. I imagine it took us probably sometime a year or so to get the court authorizations to get the clerk's deed. So there's been a significant amount of time spent, but after we got the clerk's deed, I had thought it was practiced where we let the titles sit quiet for a while for the ability, before they came up on auction, for those parties to get together.
yes, sir. Once we get the clerk's deeds, you know, just traditionally it's taken us 30 to 45, sometimes 60 days before we even bring it to auction. But what we try to do is get the cases resolved before it even goes to auction. And as you know, every party has the right to go ahead and pay their taxes right up until the time that a sale is consummated. So just before it's consummated, a person can go ahead and pay the taxes and retain ownership of their property.
Yeah, there's one property on here that's listed for well over $2 million as well, so we certainly don't want to get too aggressive if there's a legal battle going on. So I think it's prudent to stand down if you could continue to perhaps do some research on that. Thank you very much.
Ms. Dombowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With respect to the parcel that Mr. Starr was referring to in Eagle River, my understanding, I talked to the homeowner, and those taxes have been paid as of last week. So I think that one is fine. And I did talk to Real Estate Services as well. But for those in the audience that had testified tonight regarding their parcels of property, Mr. Vakelis, what is the best way to, is it leave their names and phone numbers with the clerk, or what is the best way? We just want to make sure they don't get fall through the cracks and that we get back with these individuals.
If I'm not sure if they've left already or not.
Well, I see one gentleman sitting there.
Okay. What we can do is I've written down the names that basically testified. We can match that up as long as they're the owner. In one case, the gentleman that represented the family member of the deceased owner, I've got that name. So we can go back and look and see what on our records are indicated as far as a point of contact. If, in fact, some of these folks have talked to Real Estate Services already, then we already have their information on hand. So I think, from what I've heard tonight and what I've written down, I think we know who to get a hold of to go ahead and answer these questions for them.
Thank you, Mr. Michaelis.
Mr. Wheeler, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Starr is correct that there's typically quite a bit of lag between when we are owed the taxes and when we actually take the list to court and get the clerk's deed. My recollection is it's usually at least a year. For point of information, I would note that in Mr. Lockhart's case, the taxes are about 5 to 6 years worth. He's been to the Supreme Court and had his appeal regarding our process denied. So some of these have a very long history, and it would be well for us to give you that information in advance of the next time you take this up.
Mr. Wheeler, we would appreciate that, having the information before our meeting on March 3rd, sir. Ask the body, any problems with going to March 3rd on this? Postpone this until March 3rd? Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Johnston?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. This item will come back in front of us on March 3rd. Next item in front of us is item 14B, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 8 to prohibit the extraction of tetrachlorine cannabinoid or any cannabinoid by use of materials or methods deemed dangerous to public health and safety unless otherwise permitted by law. Public hearing this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. Pronounce your name and spell your last name for the record if you would. You'll have 3 minutes. Hello, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, I'm Deborah Williams, D-E-B-O-R-A-H, Williams regular spelling. I am standing here in strong support of AO number 215-13. This is a very significant and important proactive measure that the Assembly has the opportunity to take tonight. And I applaud you, and so many others applaud you for taking this step. As we know from Colorado, after the legalization of marijuana, last year, 32 people were involved in blasts across the state. There were 32 separate significant blasts involving the extraction of marijuana concentrates using flammable objects. And of those blasts, there were 17 people who received treatment for severe burns, including skin grafts and surgery at the University of Colorado Hospital Burn Center. This proactive ordinance will help save lives. It will help reduce municipal costs, both with fire costs, police costs, and other costs. It will help save innocent bystanders. And unfortunately, with these butane hash oil explosions, there have been children and neighbors who have been injured. It is the right thing to do. As my mother said, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and this is a critically important preventative measure. We don't need these undue burdens on our medical system, and we don't need these additional costs, and we do need action such as this to be taken immediately. So thank you so much for the mayor's office, the police department, the fire department for proposing this, and for the Assembly tonight for adopting this promptly before the legalization of marijuana.
Questions from Assembly members? Thanks for being here. There don't seem to be any.
Thank you.
Welcome to the meeting.
Hi, Phyllis Spencer Bells again. I'm asking if you can add synthetic to the front of that cannabinoid, just in case there's any illegal spices or anything, because I know they keep changing those. And also smoking areas of places that get municipal grants. would be helpful if they pass the law that says that people could smoke it for health reasons. Can you keep it out of the smoking areas, places where public utilize things in the municipal grants? Because they do have, like the Brother Francis Shelter, those people are chronic inebriates or disabled mentally and become belligerent when breathing the air. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Anybody else wish to testify?
Good evening. My name's Ed Larrivee, Larrivee-2. This ordinance needs teeth because this isn't going to prevent anybody from doing it, from extracting that compound. This just won't do it. You need to have some way of prevention. You know, if somebody's going to commit a crime, they're not going to look at what they're doing and say, oh, I'm going to get caught. Oh my gosh, I'm going to go against this ordinance. No. They do it, and when they do get caught, then they worry about the ordinance. I mean, I'm looking at this. This isn't going to prevent anything. You need to put more teeth in it. Make preventions. Somehow, some way, come up with an idea. Because right now, I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, oh, it's like bank robbery. I mean, when you go to rob a bank, if there's a criminal that's going to rob a bank, he doesn't say, well, after I get caught, then I'm going to have to put up with these laws I broke. No. He doesn't think he's going to get caught. Just like the people that are going to be using these methods, they don't think they're going to get caught. You have to come up with an idea so that they, maybe advertising, show people, if you do this, your house blows up. Is it our fault? No, it's yours. Something with teeth in it. That's more teeth than what this thing has. Because, people are going to do this. You need to come up with an idea that says, we're not going to let you do it. Because if we do, and the house blows up and you kill a whole bunch of people, it's really on us. So we're not going to let you do it. Any questions?
Mr. Peterson has a question.
Finally.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ed, when you were testifying, I actually, a thought came into my head that people might actually be doing this already.
You think?
And we are probably fortunate that we haven't already had explosions where people have been injured or maimed.
And don't forget, we haven't got much snow in the ground. It's going to all melt. One of these things pop, will create a big enough fire to burn, a quarter of Anchorage down.
Well, I hope not.
I do too. I live in this area.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Thank you. I'm extremely nervous, so bear with me. My name is Justin Roland. There appears to be a misunderstanding. Oh, sorry. It's R-O-L-A-N-D.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, sorry about that. There appears to be a misunderstanding of what unsafe extraction methods are at the home level, which is leading people to fear it and want to overregulate it. So it is important to come to a consensus on what it is so we can make an informed decision when moving forward on how to regulate it. Cannabis extraction processes are found everywhere and in many forms. The one that you guys are fearful of is called open blasting. It is where the butane is extracted, the butane is released into the atmosphere, and it is then there dangerous. There are several safe extraction processes for THC. So with the ordinance being labeled as THC, it is a very broad ordinance that is kind of not the best approach to it at first. The form the ordinance should fear against or protect us against is the form of extraction known as open blasting, where the butane is released into the open atmosphere after being extracted, i.e., if a flame is near, this causes a fire or explosion depending on the amount of butane in the air. This is the most dangerous extraction process known, as well as the most popular due to it being the cheapest extraction method. Instead, you should focus on the safe methods of butane and CO2 and place regulations so that people like medical patients who have to extract in their homes due to not being able to afford concentrated cannabis on the market can still make their own medicine. You guys need to realize the reason why people use concentrates is most of the time it's a stronger form. People that use flower for cannabis, it doesn't cut it. They don't get their medicine at their level that they need it. So, a butane closed-loop approach is a safe choice because the gas needed for production stays within the closed-loop system and thus never leaves or returns to atmosphere. The pressure needed to complete this process in a butane closed-loop system is less than what is found in many everyday products, including your cooking sprays, which you guys have in your kitchen cupboards. If you actually look at those, they're actually propelled by butane, and you guys spray right next to your open fire or right next to your open flame all the time. And it's no different than a can of butane as you walk into Fred Meyer or any of those propane filling stations. They are much, much more dangerous than what we're talking about on some of these levels. If we put together a harder stipulation on cannabis extraction due to fear, rather than researching and seeing what methods of extraction are actually causing these fires and explosion that everyone talks about, then we run the risk of only a few people monopolizing on the extraction market or forcing extraction methods underground where we will still fight the inexperienced users, when instead we should be promoting safe alternatives in order to meet the continued need of home users. Thank you.
Thank you. Question from Assembly members that don't appear to be. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Appreciate your testimony. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, I'd like the body to move to continue this to our special meeting that I'm calling for on the 23rd, which is a Monday, at 2 o'clock, room 155, City Hall.
Move to
postpone.
Yes, want to continue this meeting.
Move to continue this meeting till February 23rd,
Right.
2 p.m.
Continue the public hearing.
Continue public
Second.
hearing.
Any-
Mr. Chairman, in that move, the opportunity for us to get some education,
Go ahead, Mr.
how is that? Is that going to be part of a work session, or do we
This
just?
isn't a work session. It's just that we haven't met the time requirements on this yet. We can't pass it tonight. We can pass it on Monday.
Well, I think there's been some valid comments about the fear factor with that. I mean, if we don't want ribbon hashish in our community, that's different than perhaps concentrated THC. So
Let me go to Todd Sherwood. Todd, you went to the meeting in Denver.
Through the chair, yes, I did.
Can you answer Mr. Starr's question?
Could you repeat the question, sir?
well, I think there's some valid testimony that's occurred here, and I'd like to get some more education on the concept of it. If we're intentionally trying to prohibit the sales of, sort of ribbon hashish or the heavy solids, then there may be some merit. But if the concentrated THCs, which will ultimately appear in the edibles and all of that, there's going to be safe ways to get that THC concentrated. So how do we get some more information from the Assembly body before we act on this?
I could provide some of that information at a later meeting. I could talk now if the body wishes.
Well, some of it lends itself to debate because one of the observations is in this ordinance that it allows people that are licensed to manufacture it. So I guess there's a catch-all that whoever was the manufacturer could potentially be licensed for their process. But I'm just not certain that I want to get 500 emails from folks that everyone's an expert. Where are you getting your information?
Through the chair, I did attend 2 different conferences in Colorado where they've had significant experience with this. For example, well, first of all...
Let me just put it to the chairman. I think that it would be appropriate for you to either package something written to us or attend the work session.
If you just get us the information before the meeting of the 23rd so we can read it.
The information in either a reference point or a white paper would be
We'd
great.
appreciate it, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe turn it into an AM.
You can do that. Any objection to continuing this meeting the 23rd, room 155 at 2 o'clock?
Mr. Chair,
Public hearing. Yes, Ms. Johnston.
are we doing this to meet the deadline as far as the February deadline for marijuana?
That will be the day before. Yes, ma'am, we'll meet the deadline.
I just need to say I will be out of town, but I will try to call in.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Please vote. Mr. Hall, Ms. Johnston?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. That's approved. We'll have a meeting on Monday, 23rd, 2 o'clock, room 155. We'll continue this item then. Next item in front of us is item 14C, Resolution AR 2015-23, a resolution adopting the draft 2015 Housing and Community Development Annual HCDA Action Plan, which constitutes the application to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD.
Waive reading on this one, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly and spell your last name if you would, please. Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded. Discussion from assembly members.
Just wanted to make sure that the
Victor
public.
Honeman.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure that, since we waived reading of the long title, that the public understands that this is for the Community Development Block Grant funding for action plan on homes, emergency solutions and such. We're good. Just want to make sure everybody knows.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
No discussion. Please vote. Mr. Hall, Ms. Johnston?
Yes.
Ms. Johnston?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. That is approved by the body. Next item in front of us is 14D, Resolution AR 2015-20 for a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage approving a master tax exempt lease purchase agreement, loan, and appropriating a manner not to exceed $500,000 from the proceeds of said loan to the Information Technology Fund 601 and the appropriation of said funds to the Information Technology Capital Improvement Program, CAP Fund 608, for the continued implementation of a financial and human resource enterprise resource planning system, SAP, in the Information Technology Department, Finance Department. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public hearing is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved in second. Ms. Dombowski.
Thank you. Ms. Guyard, can you just articulate, there was a little confusion, I think, regarding Peloton, what they're doing, what they have been doing over the last month. Can you just put my mind at ease before we vote on this? What's going on with Peloton?
Through the chair, Ms. Dombowski, Peloton is participating in the response report for the SAP QA. They were integral to the audit itself. They participated fully in January. They helped us prepare for the audit in December. And in response to Mr. Trainey's request at the work session the other day, I asked Peloton to provide a list of activities that it performed in October and November in association with responding back on his question as to what was done during those 2 months.
I missed that, so I didn't see that. Can you just re-email it to me?
I haven't responded yet, but we will respond
to
the chair.
That's why I hadn't
and everyone else as well.
Thank
and
you.
Peloton, on a going forward basis, we're putting together plans, variety of plans actually, to present you to the work session on the 27th as to how we see the revitalization of the SAP project. This is the first step to make sure that when we come to you for contracts, we have funding available. We're not actually contracting with this document. We're seeking a funding mechanism so that when we come back to you with contracts, we have a funding source to cite.
And it would be you need this before then, or?
Yes, it's helpful. Otherwise, we have to do all those contracts subject to your approval during the same meeting of this money. So I just tried to get in front of it with a small tranche so we would be able to negotiate those contracts and bring them back to you with a funding source already approved. We are not contracting in this document, just getting your authorization to borrow money.
And in your opinion, I mean, would it really hamper things if we waited and did it all at the same time? I mean, I hear what you're saying, but would it really throw a monkey wrench in, or is this just a nice to have right now?
No, it's just the last time we did it all together, and I thought that was a little bit difficult, so I did tier them, but it does not stop us from contracting.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Guyard.
Thank you. Mr. Starr, sir.
Well, I think you did some clarity, and the authorization and the debate on the $50 million line of credit was really where it occurred, Ms. Dombowski, and so I believe the condition that they come back for approval in allotments sort of makes sense. It was a good compromise, so we didn't give them a $50 million checkbook. And I feel pretty comfortable that the ongoing approval of the contracts and the debate as it goes seems to sort of make sense. And any continuing message, and it's not a lecture, it's just any more continuing caution. We've already shut down the system to over a month and a half now. It's probably upwards of $500,000 or $700,000 just to stop the implementation cycle, which we've already done. So I wouldn't want to delay many more meetings before we give the indication that they should start back up the implementation. Thank you.
Further discussion from Assembly members? Not seeing any, please vote. Mr. Hall? Ms.
Yes.
Johnston? Ms. Johnston?
Yes.
Thank you. That is approved by the body. Next item in front of us is item 14, a resolution AR 2015-25, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $585,963 as a contribution from the 2015 Public Works Department Maintenance and Operation Division Area-Wide General Fund 101 to the Area-Wide Capital Improvement Fund 401 in the Public Works Department for major municipal facility upgrades and repairs. And there's also the memorandum that comes with it, AM 53, 2015. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly, and spell your last name for the record. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Phyllis Spencer Bells. That's Spencer Bells, B-E-L-Z. I'm a dependent for street maintenance. Was married to my ex-husband for several years, and our prayers are in dispute. Yeah, and I know these are federal grants or state grants, and I'm wondering if this happens every year, then the next year if it snows too much, what do? You go asking for more money to the federal government. And I'm wondering if you could put some of this aside for that purpose as well as any other PERS-related disputes in the future, because these workers are long-term, they're highly trained, they're highly skilled, and they're not just off-the-wall contractors who don't do things properly. They're actual workers who've been there for over a decade or whatever, and the money's supposed to go directly to street maintenance or public works for services and snow removal. And that's, to me, seems wrong. Because especially if you people are selling houses for $200,000 plus out of a tax, you could use that instead. And I'm wondering about this general fund, and if you could allow the public to see everything that goes into the general fund and everything that comes out of the general fund for clear and transparent government. And also, I'm sorry I missed the HUD thing. I really wanted to say a few things on that. I'd like to see more clarification on where the money's going to and where it's coming from when the homeless issues, because the municipality of Anchorage is completely liable for homeless deaths, inebriates, the lack of services for mentally ill, and the bug issue that gives people cancer, and many other things that cause the state of Alaska to step in for prisoner reentry, mental health care, other types of rehab and courts. And if you people are giving money to these places, you need to hold them responsible for the money that they receive and make sure that they do their business properly. And because those are disabled people. And then, yeah, and thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Is there discussion from assembly members? Please vote. That went weird. There. Mr. Hall, Ms. Johnston?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. That was approved unanimously by the body. Next item in front of us is item 14F, Resolution R 2015-26, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $2,097,076 from the 2015 Equipment Maintenance Internal Service Operating Fund 601, Unrestricted Net Assets Account to the Equipment Maintenance Internal Service Capital Fund 606, Public Works Department to purchase replacement vehicles and equipment. Accompanying a same memorandum with it, 54-2015. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record and spell your last name.
Once again, my name's Ed Larrivee II. Larriv is Victory EE-2. This is a lot of money again. This is a lot of money. Replacement of vehicles and equipment. What's wrong with our equipment we have now? We can't afford this. We cannot afford, we just got rid of a lot of police cars. Hey, by the way, we need to look at our police cars we have now because they have a laptop screen that's up when the guy's driving, I've noticed, and it's a distraction. And then in the back, there's no seat belts, and they have like plastic rear seats, and their leg room is about like that. From one of my friends who happens to be a cop, he said the reason why they have that is for restrictions. But if there's a wreck with one of those, as there has been, I think it was a $6 million lawsuit off of Tudor and Lake Otis, we need to, instead of replacing these vehicles, let's keep them a little bit longer, I would say, and repair them and get some of this unsafe equipment out of there, get those laptops shut down so they can see, so we're not taxed for that because of liability. We need to look at our stuff, you know? And that's too much money. Any questions?
There don't appear to be any. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved to second. Discussion from assembly members. Mr. Starr, sir.
Mr. Vacalis, anticipation in this year's budget has a police academy on there. Are these in anticipation of that, or will we have another police car appropriation, do you think?
So we have some police cars on there. We also have some light vehicles on there. So it's a smattering of vehicles, sir.
Are we going to be prepared to, I looked at the lead times of 3 months and up as long as, I'm sure the graders are 300 days, but
yes, sir.
The police car fleet will be ready when our candidates come out.
Sir.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Honeman.
Just to confirm that, because I'm looking at two budget entries here. One is for the purchase of the vehicles, it looks like, and the other is for equipment, accessories. So I'm trying to, I guess, are we including everything, laptop, AED, and yes, sir. Shotgun racks, light and bars, we typically do, yes. Cages, everything. Yeah. Okay. And then, just to follow up, after these vehicles are in the inventory, is there then also a charge for maintenance and operations, equipment service fees to the department? There's IGCs, yes, sir. Yeah. There's IGCs for the installation, the decaling, and all of that type of stuff, yes, sir.
And then is there a monthly
fee that they're paying for like services?
There's also like every vehicle that's in our fleet. So it's charged to the department. There's a depreciation allowance, and they pay monthly. Yes, sir.
Anything else for Tonin?
That should do it.
Mr. Peterson, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering if Mr. Vacalis knows approximately how many miles they put on these police cars before we buy new ones. We're not trading these babies in for new ones every year. I know that. How many miles do we put on the cars before we buy new ones?
Sir, I can't tell you the exact amount, but I know they're over 100,000, unless, of course, it becomes a safety factor before that, and then they're washed out of the system. So there's three criteria. One is age, which is based on miles. The other is that it's costing us just way too much money to maintain it for whatever reason. And then the third reason that we do it if it becomes unsafe and it just doesn't make sense to fix it.
Thank you. Maybe Chief Mew, I see him walking up here toward the podium. Maybe he's got
I think he can illuminate
information.
Chief, you sold cars this weekend, didn't you, at an auction?
I don't know.
You didn't, but the city did. I just wondered how much money they made on that.
Most of these cars have 120,000 on them before we get rid of them.
And then they become what, taxis?
That is often what happens, yes.
Of course, some would argue they're taxis before they're taxis. Given all the people that we take around town. Thank you, Chief. Huh? I know, but we do it.
I was trying to think if I should answer questions that maybe already got answered. I'm done.
Thank you, Chief. Any other comments from Assembly members? If not, please vote. Mr. Hall, Ms. Johnston?
Yes.
Yes.
That item was approved. Next item in front of us is item 14G, Resolution AR 2015-27, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $340,000 as a contribution from the 2015 Public Works Department operating budget area-wide General Fund 101 to the area-wide General Capital Improvement Program, CIP, Fund 401, Public Works Department to establish a capital reserve fund for future roof repairs at the George M. Sullivan Arena, Anchorage Museum, at the Rasmussen Center, and Z.J. Lusac Library. There's an assembly memorandum along with it. AM 55, 2015. Public hearing. This item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record. Spell your last name.
Alva Phyllis Spencer Bells, SPENCER-BELZ. I'm a former employee of the SMG, which is security guard service provided to the Sullivan Arena. They make minimum wage. The contract's not billed out at minimum wage. The ticket sales are far higher than what they pay the people to do. And you're asking for money from federal grants that go to the Public Works for services provided in the city that's for the road maintenance and buses that are getting cut. I'm asking if you'll please look into the Sullivan Arena ticket sales and what percentages of those could go to this roof improvement instead, because I can guarantee you, standing right here, I've never made more than $8 an hour at SMG down at the Sullivan Arena, and that is quite a difficult job. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all hearing and saying no in public testimony?
Move to approve.
Those wishes of the body. Moved and seconded. Discussion from assembly members. Please vote. Mr. Hall, Ms. Johnston?
Yes. Yes.
Thank both of you. That item was approved by the body. Next item in front of us is item 14H, Resolution 2015-31, a resolution appropriating a contribution of $298,000 approved in the 2015 Parks and Recreation Department operating budget from the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area Fund 161 to the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area Capital Improvement Project Fund 461, all within the Parks and Recreation Department for capital equipment, maintenance, and improvements. There's an assembly memorandum with it. AM 60-2015. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward, state your name clearly for the record, and spell your last name if you would, please. Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Discussion from assembly members. Please vote. Mr. Hall, Ms. Johnston?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. That was approved by the body. Next item in front of us is item 14I, Resolution 2015-36, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $150,000 from the Anchorage School District Memorandum of Understanding Agreement with the Municipality of Anchorage to the Anchorage Area-Wide General Fund CIP, Area-Wide General CIP Fund 401 for replacement of the Service High School pool filter system to the Public Works Department. Accompanying same memorandum, AM 69-2015. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record and spell your last name if you would. Anyone at all?
My name's Ed Larrivee, Larriv is Victor E-2. Oh, since when is it the practice that government has to do this? I mean, is this public safety, or does this protect the public in general? What I'm seeing right here is Service High School pool filter system. Once again, we are in a budget crunch. We can't afford stuff like this. Can't they do something to make it last a little bit longer till the economy gets better? I mean, $150,000, it's enough for me to raise my eyebrows because there's too many of these little projects, and they add up after a while. I swim all the time. I go to the YMCA and I go swimming. But this, I just can't see putting money towards this because this doesn't pertain to the welfare of society. It looks like, to me, it's a sport. That's all I got.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify? Mr. Steele.
Yeah, I've just got to speak up, Mr. Larrabee. The pools are owned by the municipality. The people using them are the citizens of the municipality. I'm sure that you would not want us to have dirty water going in or bacteria or something that they get sick on.
Is that doing it now?
Thank you, Mr. Steele.
Thank you. Yeah.
Ma'am, we were talking about a pool filter system at Service High School.
Yes, Sue Kanen, Kanen, and I'm a drinking water biochemist. I worked for the Army Corps of Engineers, Washington, D.C. in 2006 on a project studying lead pipe corrosion. During that project, EPA was secretly varying the fluoridation chemicals. They didn't tell the public the result of the corrosion contribution due to the fluoridation chemicals on plumbing. And this is very interesting because the thought is system-wide, the cost to the municipality of the fluoridation chemicals that are contributing to the plumbing that we have to maintain may be considerable, but it's also something we're not quite aware of. I dealt with the EPA, and I'm still working with the people in charge of this situation of investigating the corrosion of lead pipes with fluoridation chemicals. And they are years in the process. I was a whistleblower. I wanted to make sure that you understood where I was and what I did and how much it cost me. Okay? Like Aaron Brockovich, that type of thing. The EPA, now the Army Corps of Engineers took up the topic. But the EPA is dastardly slow at their regulation process. So the thought of the municipality, yes, I'm all for paying for whatever maintenance you need, But the fluoridation chemicals, when they came into the cities, when they first started to do them, the hot water heaters used to last 8-10 years, and they were guaranteed by the company. When they started fluoridating, they started failing sooner and sooner, and the companies took away the guarantee for their hot water heaters to last a certain amount of time. And this is all being documented. And I also have, within the experiment that I worked with on lead pipes, documentation that the fluoridation chemicals actually increase the corrosion in your plumbing. This doesn't have to do with dental health. It doesn't have to do with health and safety of your body, but it is a financial cost that should be considered.
Thank you, ma'am.
Questions?
No questions, but thank you. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Phyllis Spencer Bells again. I just left Utah where they bleach us to make us white. And I'm hoping there's not too much chlorine in these because the kids don't have to be white to live there. And in Utah, you have to be white or you die. So can you check the bleach amounts like she says and the fluoride? Because we don't want to die trying to be white. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Hearing and saying no on public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved in second. Discussion from assembly members. Please vote. Mr. Hall, Ms. Johnston?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. That was approved by the body. Next item in front of us is item 14J, resolution AR 2015-37, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $395,285 to the state direct federal pass-through fund grants fund 231 as a transfer responsibilities agreement TORA from the state of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities to fund the Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solutions AMAS Safety Improvement Program Traffic Count Support Project within the Public Works Department. And accompanying a memorandum AM 70-2015. Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. State your name clearly for the record and spell your last name if you would, please.
My name's Ed Larrivee, L-A-R-R-I-V is Victor E-E-2. This, again, is a lot of money. Can't you all cut this in half? Because we don't have it. You're going to raise our taxes. We don't have it. I mean, it'd be really nice if, now half of that, okay, but that's way too much. Y'all are getting ripped off. Any questions?
Thank you. There are no questions. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all hearing and saying no on public testimony on this item is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved to second. Mr. Flynn, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to Mr. Michaelis and the administration for responding to my standard question. Every time we have a transfer of responsibility agreement comes before this body, I ask the standard question: does this cover the municipality's costs? The answer is yes. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Honeman.
Just wanted to remind Mr. Larrivee brought up the issue. Just wanted to just let people know this is state funding grants that pass through for purpose of our transportation study. So it seems like it's a lot of money. The money's coming from the state. We're spending it rightfully on something that's required by the state in the first place. So it's a responsible thing to do.
Anything else, Mr. Honeman?
Thank you.
No other comments from assembly members? Please vote. Mr. Hall, Ms. Johnston?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. That was approved by the body. Next item in front is item 14K, resolution 2015-38, a resolution appropriating a net amount not to exceed $2,700,000 of general liability and workers' compensation fund 602, fund balance to the municipal manager department, risk management division, general liability and workers' compensation fund 602, an amount not to exceed $30,000 of area-wide general improvement fund 101, fund balance to the Health and Human Services Department, area-wide General Government Fund 101, commensurate with 2014 expenditures, Office of Management and Budget. Mr. Michaelis, did you say you, administration, wanted this postponed indefinitely?
Yes, sir, we did. You received an AIM that explained why. Basically, there was ample funds, so we didn't have to.
I'm going to open up the testimony, and then we can just deal with it from there. Public testimony is now open. Keep in mind we are going to postpone this indefinitely. In other words, it's not going to be approved by this body.
My name's Ed Larrivee, L-A-R-R-I-V. It is Victory E-2. And once again, too much money. This is way too much. You guys got to cut this, because if you don't, you're going to raise taxes, and more people, especially veterans that have won congressional medals of honor, and, you know, they're going to lose their houses if you raise your all's taxes, our taxes. You're going to see more homeless, and that's going to cost even more. You guys got to cut this. This is way too much money.
That's what we're about to do as soon as you're done.
Okay.
I want to thank you for cutting that, because most of workers' compensation liability goes to the insurers themselves and the underwriters, and the state of Alaska generally oversees that, regardless of where the people work, even if it's SMG. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify? Hearing and say no on public testimony is closed. What's the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
From seconded, please vote. This approved. We'll postpone it indefinitely. Mr. Hall, Ms. Johnston?
Yes. Yes.
That approved. This item is postponed indefinitely. Next item in front of us, item 14L. 14L is ordinance CO 2014-147, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly. Let's see, ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 321.05 to provide for implementation of the Chugach Park Access Plan.
Mr. Chairman, just a public
Mr.
note.
Starr, let the public know.
It does require approval, or actually a review, I should say, by the Planning and Zoning Commission. That has yet to take place yet. So it would be my intention to postpone action after the public hearing, or continue it, your choice, to March 24th.
To March 24th. We'll let the public testify on this, knowing that it's going to come back in front of us on March 24th.
Yeah, it might be helpful to leave it open.
Yeah, it'd be a good idea. Anybody wishing to testify, please come forward. Anyone all hearing and seeing no one? Mr. Starr?
Motion to continue the public hearing to March 24th.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please vote. Mr. Hall, Ms. Johnston?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. That was approved by the body. That will be back in front of us on March 24th. Mr. Steele, sir, going back to something we dealt with earlier,
yes, Mr.
which is Resolution AR 2015-49.
Move to approve.
Second. Second.
Okay, the clerk wants to, the computer's taking a second. She'll catch up to you. Mr. Steele made the motion. Yes, 49, that's the right one. Okay. Mr. Steele, anything?
Move to approve.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Please vote. What? They're not going to do the amendment. Mr. Hall, Ms. Johnston?
Yes. Yes.
That item is approved by the body.
Congratulations, sir. You got your transfer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck
Thank
with
you
your
very
business.
Now, we're going to take a 10-minute break before we move into item 15A, which is special orders. Take a 10-minute break. Okay, so.
Here from Martin Severin, president of TR2, that I would like to submit for there to be attached to the record or supplement the record, and with regards to the taproot liquor license.
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there any objection from the body? Mr. Hall, Ms. Johnston, any objection?
No.
Okay. That is approved by the body. If we do that, the clerk, please. We're now going into item 15A, Resolution Air 2015-1, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its protest regarding transfer of beverage dispensary license number 4531 and duplicate license 4551 and 4552 for premises located at 901 West 6th Avenue, Anchorage, Alaska, giving notice of reasons for protest and through providing for a public hearing before the Assembly on the exercise or waiver of this protest. Now, on the advice of counsel, good note I got to read you. Counsel that says that people that testified before do not need to testify again because they're testifying as a matter of record. And anybody that wishes to come and testify can, but we're going to move an adjudicatory process of this, at which time Mr. Alexander and anybody testifying will be sworn in under oath. So it's a little bit different process. But for right now, anybody that wishes to testify on this issue can come forward and talk to us. And you've got 3 minutes.
On this particular resolution here?
On this one.
Okay. My name is Don Swanson.
Sir, 1 second.
I was at the community council meeting when the community council took up this the Swanson, S-W-A-N-S-O-N. I was at the community council when we took up this to deal with the transfer of the liquor licenses to the Taproot, and I'm a member of the community council, and I listened to both sides.
Chairman, I think you need to correct him. I think he's speaking to the Taproot transfer. And
oh, I missed that one?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Starr. Welcome, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, my name is Nicholas Kittleson, Kittleson. I'm a lifelong Alaskan, born and raised here in Anchorage. I'm an attorney. I have advised Mr. Alexander on occasion. He's hired me to do so, but he has not hired me for this evening. I come on my own accord to speak on his behalf. I've known Mr. Alexander for 2 years now, and working with him and also getting to know him as a person, I find him a man of high moral integrity. I've been very impressed with Mr. Alexander. One of the big things that I remember him doing for our city is taking over and purchasing the Big Timber Motel. Hopefully you all remember that. That was a huge headache for the city, and he took it upon himself to become one of the solutions to that problem. He is a man who cares about this community, and I recall last October he was one of the major donors, if not the largest donor, for the Party for a Purpose fundraiser for the Awake Shelter. And I was also at a meeting with him recently where New Directions, which serves at-risk youth transitioning from foster care and from the incarceration system, help them obtain job and life skills. And he was at that meeting, and he was one of the first people to say, "How can I help?" So he is intensely involved in our community. He cares about this community. I really appreciated one of the things that Mark Kolstad stated in his letter to this assembly about how we need stellar members of the community running businesses. And I would say that Mr. Alexander is one such person. He runs a number of great businesses here in the community, including the Tri-Grill, Bingo South, and Fusions, all of which I've enjoyed myself. And this past New Year's, my wife and I took 3 of our friends out to the new establishment, the LED Ultra Lounge. We had a wonderful time. It's nice to have a clean, upscale establishment where we can go out and eat and we can dance and just have a great time. It's also a place of multicultural mixing, which I very much appreciate, and just everyone feels welcome there. I've also noticed that Mr. Alexander is very open to concerns. I've raised concerns about there not being an establishment for young people in the city to go out and go dancing, and how I've heard that they are obtaining fake IDs in order to get into the establishments that sell liquor. And Mr. Alexander explained to me how his system scans the barcode on the back of our licenses to be able to verify that they are legitimate IDs. I love his plans for expanding the LED Ultra Lounge and the Tri-Grill to be a two-tier outdoor dining experience, and I think it will add even more to our beautiful city.
Thank you.
Thank
sir.
you.
Mr. Flynn, sir, has a question for you. Mr. Flynn?
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Kittleson. Were you involved in the workers' compensation case that we have before us as a document?
No, I don't do workers' compensation.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
My name is Bill Cotton, C-O-T-T-O-N. Did you want to swear me in? Was that?
No,
Okay.
when we get down to Mr. Alexander, anybody that's going to be dealing with his portion of it, then we will. Right now, it's just open to the public.
Okay. I'm a former executive director of the Alaska Judicial Council and the Alaska Pro Bono Association, or Pro Bono Organization. But I'm here tonight because I'm the former executive director of Anchorage Community Theater from 2009 until about 2 years ago in 2013. During that time, Mr. Alexander was our gaming operator. I started my experience with him very suspiciously, with a lot of trepidation and not a lot of trust, because our former gaming operator was a thief. He was eventually brought up on felony charges by the state and eventually pled out to those charges. In contrast, Mr. Alexander, in all my dealings with him, has been completely honest and forthcoming. He helped us out not only with the gaming income, us and probably 7 other nonprofits, but also helped us out with publicity for our shows. Anchorage Community Theater is a community theater. It's for volunteers who put on plays, and we're very proud of putting on great plays for a low price. But the gaming income certainly helped tremendously with that. And all my dealings with him, he was very responsive and honest, and I was very impressed. I will say that there was an amazing number of people at Bingo South. I would have never imagined dozens and dozens, well over 100 there, and I never saw or was aware of any, problems with the crowd there. That's all I have, unless there's some questions.
There don't appear to be. Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Thank
your
you.
testimony. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
Hi, it's Phyllis Spencer Bells again. I don't know this person, but I know that's a downtown liquor license. I know there's a lot of those. And I think hopefully these people all belong to CHAR. And I was wondering if maybe you could hold all of the businesses with liquor licenses downtown accountable by having them donate through CHAR or through each other to the Anchorage Community Patrols, because there's understaffing with the Anchorage Police Department in that area on the weekends when there's a lot of crazies out there, overserved, on drugs, or just vulnerable to all sorts of assaults and rapes. And they need more. If you can't get more policing or proper policing, at least have them donate to the community patrol of various neighborhoods in Anchorage so they can patrol downtown. Or, like I said, I've seen the military patrolling. The Guard has been downtown on the weekends. It's that bad. Having the alcohol license holders responsible for the crime rates in the downtown area or various parts of Anchorage is something that needs to be mandatory in the future in some way. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There are no questions. Welcome, sir.
How are you doing? My name is Philip Izon. That's I-Z-O-N, last name. Okay. So I actually...
Light, Bill.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm used to talking in the dark. So my name is Philip Izon. I'm actually an alumni of University of Alaska Anchorage, and I'm also a business relationship manager for Wells Fargo Bank here in Anchorage, Alaska. I also own a house here as well. I've been here for about 5 years. In the business dealings, a lot of people spoke about Robert and his character, Mr. Alexander, and also about LED. My biggest thing is with Anchorage as a whole, whenever you're speaking to Anchorage, is they simply aware of the Live, Work, and Play initiative through AADC?
We all are.
Okay, fantastic. Well, one of the biggest focuses is live, work, and play. You know, being able to have a place that's safe, clean, and modern. I can speak from my experience of living here only for 5 years, but I've lived in other states, in other big cities like Denver, Colorado, and also Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. I've also traveled beyond the borders over to Europe and many different places. And from my experience, I've realized that being able to have a safe, clean, and modern facility for people to enjoy alcoholic beverages is one of the biggest, it's a huge factor into a city. And keeping young professionals like myself employed and also living within the city limits is really important for not only this assembly, but also for the city for tax purposes. So, and growing needs is definitely going to be important for young professionals to be in Anchorage. Now, being able to have that clean, modern environment, there is no place in Anchorage, I can assure you, that is more clean and modern than LED Ultra Lounge. From the experience that I've had there and many other experiences, I was there on New Year's Eve, had a great time. I've never been to LED once that had any kind of fights or any kind of trouble whatsoever. I attribute that mostly to the security that's excellent at LED and also the great management. And compare that to Platinum Jacks. One time that I was there, there were many fights and there were many problems with security not managing it effectively. And so there's a huge contrast between the two management and also the security force. When you walk in the door, it's a very calm atmosphere when you go to LED. Even though the music's loud, the people are not rowdy. There's really not too much going on that could be negative. I feel that LED is a very well-managed establishment, and I think it's really important for Anchorage to have places like that with great, under great management. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions.
Yes.
Appreciate. There are no questions.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome to the meeting, sir.
Hello, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Danny T. Howard. I'm a vet, 27 years. Did 9 deployments. Been blown up twice. Got a couple TBIs, and with that, I had a lot of problems coming out of the military, trying to find something that I could transfer into and actually make money for myself and my family. Prior to my retirement, I showed an interest in entrepreneurship, and I was recommended by vets and other entrepreneurs to Robert Alexander. I've known Robert for 4 years. He's also a vet. All right. He's a good mentor to me. He's helped me and my family establish ourselves in the community. Because of him, we've decided to actually make Anchorage our home. I'm originally from Tennessee. Robert come across to me as he's a very quiet, good-hearted person, but he's very stern in what he does and what he believes in. He's a pillar to our community. He's always available for advice. I've come to him many times when I thought a deal I was having was not coming out quite right. I would go to Robert and talk to him. He'd always there to mentor me and give me good advice. When Robert decided to open his establishment, his goal was to bring in an older, mixed crowd, established crowd. The establishment in question is a professional. It's professionally ran. It's a place that you can feel comfortable to bring your whole family, your children, everyone there for food, drink, dance. It's not a nightclub. It's more of a restaurant lounge feel. It's a place where an older crowd can relax, drink, and be responsible. And that's the atmosphere that you get when you go to the LED Lounge. I mean, of course, there'll always be troublemakers, you know, anywhere you go. But their security is very stern. His security also comes from a military background, so we know how to see things before they happen. The predecessor Platinum Jacks and this club are totally different. I made the mistake of going there when I first got here, and the atmosphere was completely different. I would never make that mistake again. And when I first went to that club, that was in my vision, was the same thing that I seen when I was in Platinum Jacks. But the atmosphere was totally different. Everybody's quiet, everybody's calm. You have an older feel to the crowd. Nothing's the same except for the building itself. I'd like to close by saying Anchorage doesn't have a lot of other safe establishments for African Americans especially. Now, around here, Robert has fixed that. He's given us somewhere where we can go and feel safe in our own environment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Thank you. Welcome to the meeting, sir.
How you doing? Dino Allen, been here before. We talked a lot of the good stuff about Robert before.
We need your first and last name, sir.
Dino, last name Allen, A-L-L-E-N.
Thank you, sir.
Good. Last time I was here, we talked about Robert and our relationships and, you know, the good businessmen. Things are still here and now. You know, and I was under the misperception of how this would go, but as I've been reading and trying to figure out what's been happening, it looks like maybe you're trying to minimize the type of alcohol establishments that are downtown. Is that correct?
Sir, we don't answer the questions. If you want to testify, go ahead, please.
Okay. Well,
it makes it harder, but I know it's just how it works.
yeah, some of the things I was reading, or it seems like some of that things are happening. But, you know, looking back and recognizing Black History Month this month and going back in time, there was a time when African Americans weren't allowed to vote. Then when they were allowed to vote, there were these tests, frivolous tests that were trying to give to them to kind of hold them back from voting. And it seemed like, you know, anyone could recognize that it was frivolous, you know. So we've come a long time and a long ways from that, but I hope we're not in that same state of mind, because I think that any businessman, anybody that's ever been in business, you can start with the mayor and work your way on down to individual citizens. You could probably go back and find the same exact discrepancies for workers' compensation, or if you grow your business quicker than you can manage it until you get a hold of it, till you can grasp it. That's just one of the lessons learned. But if you take all this paperwork and kind of put things and make it bureaucratic for him to operate before he's even given a chance, then it's going to be seen and be perceived that it's racist or prejudice or someone's holding them back. And so all I want to say to you is that we're watching. And then we have come far from that time frame. And if it is like that, then we're going to come back the same way. But we have people here in the business that we're united. We're powerful. We have money. We have lawyers. We'll sue if that's the case. So I don't want it to come across as I'm saying anything specifically, but if it's frivolous and then you come back and hold this man back from moving forward, then there's going to be some consequences back on you. We're going to do whatever we can legally, media, law, everything that we can within our powers and within our resources to make sure that we put shame where shame should be and lift up the good citizen that we have here that's moving forward. So I want to make that known, because when I was here before, it didn't seem like it should be this lengthy of a process to make it happen. But since it is, I want to let you know that perception is there. So we're watching, okay?
There are no questions. Thank you, sir. And everybody standing up there, please sit down. I promise you, you'll get to testify before we shut this place down tonight. Nobody has to stand. Thank you. Take a seat. Welcome, sir.
Welcome. My name is Dean Colbray, IBW 1547, apprentice. I just got out of school, sitting in class from 6 o'clock to 5 o'clock, so I could just come up here and testify. When I get done talking about semiconductors, diodes, and all this, I'd like to go down to LED, sit down. I love the atmosphere. Very safe. You can see the security presence from the outside when you're driving by. I feel very safe, comfortable, relaxed. I am 52, so it is an older crowd, and it's diverse. It's made up of Anchorages, everybody, all shapes, sizes. It's very friendly. They're forthright. All I know about Robert is he's an honest business person. It's a great place. Got great food. That's why I go, you know. It's good for you. It's a good soul food. But anyway, I'm going to cut my speech short. All I know, it's a great place to go. I tell all my friends about it. My family fly in. That's one of the first places I recommend because I got some good eats, safe, well lit. Talk to you later.
Thank you, sir. There are no questions. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Alexander, Alexander. I've known Robert Alexander since 1987. I'm not his wife, I'm his ex, okay? I've spent numerous visits at Fusion, and I miss that place off of 7th and Gamble because I work for 100 Gamble Public Assistant. So often after work, you need to go somewhere to chill out. And I find it to be a very safe place. I'm not normally a person to go out into bars, but it's more like a restaurant, you know, kind of environment. And I miss the food. I miss Fusions. I miss the soul food, the Thursday night Motown. I miss my Motown. I'm looking forward for it to come back at LED. And Robert is an honest person, and he tries to do things right and by the books. We're not perfect, but he does try to do things right. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Question from some members. They don't appear to be. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Kathy Von Gemmingen, Vongemingen. Just wanted to say I'm here to support Robert. I've known him for 25 years, and I think he is a responsible businessman. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
I do. Hello. My name is Sarah Cray, C-R-A-Y. I'm a lifelong Alaskan, born and raised, and from the moment I could, I have been going out to different establishments and dancing. I'm a social dancer, and I have to say that I have been to Coots, I have been everywhere. I went to Platinum Jacks, and Mr. Alexander has done an amazing job in transforming something into a higher class place. I go in from the moment I walk in, and I know some of his security is here tonight, but the security makes me feel completely safe. The atmosphere is, there's not another place in Anchorage that you can have this feel of community, being able to get out there and dance, enjoy yourself. I didn't partake of any of the food over at Fusions, but I'm looking forward to being able to try the more restaurant-y side of it. But I really appreciate having Mr. Alexander stepping forward to bring this into the community. And every time I've interacted with him, he is professional, he is generous, and he comes out. Every time I've been there, I see him. He comes out, he's watching. He has a personal interest in everybody in the establishment. And I think that's, you don't see that very often. So he comes out, he mingles, he gets to know the people that are there, and I really think that his intention is to bring something good to this community.
Questions from assembly members? There don't appear to be. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to testify on this issue, please come forward.
My name is Scott Myers, M-Y-E-R-S.
Welcome, sir.
I'm an avid dancer. I am also, by profession, a dance instructor. Latin dancing is my favorite style of dancing, so I've followed the Latin clubs through the history from the 90s up to today. miss some of the old ones, but definitely glad to have LED, Mr. Alexander's business, filling that niche at the moment. Frequent patron there. I've known Mr. Alexander for, I think, around 10 years, met in the context of dance instruction. So he was already successful business-wise then and has continued to be very successful since then. The LED location has been a nightclub for years and years now. I don't think that allowing a drinking establishment there would be any step backward by any means. And as everybody's been testifying, I agree wholeheartedly. It's definitely a step upward. I think that may be all I have.
Questions from Assembly members who don't appear to be? Thank you, sir. Anybody else wishing to testify? Mr. Alexander, you don't have to do it yet, sir. It's not him? Okay. Thought you told me it was.
Hi, my name is Andre Rucker, R-U-C-K-E-R. I'm from Southern California. I know what it's like to be in an environment where you feel unsafe. I'm from L.A. And when I met Robert about 7 months ago. I hadn't been to LED. I've been to LED about 4 times. I feel so safe there. I mean, I'm from the LA area. And you guys, I'm sure you look on television every day, you'll see what's going on down there. I have to say this about Rob. He cares. He cares about his establishment. He cares about his people. And we've talked many nights, well, long nights. So that's all I have to say about Rob. He's a good person.
Questions from Assembly members who don't appear to be? Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Welcome, sir.
My name is Tank Jones. This kind of seemed like Groundhog Day to me. We was here not too long ago going through the same thing. And I don't understand why. But I looked into it a little bit because that's what I do. And I discovered several things, that there are several other people that's interested in this property that has something to do with the downtown partnership. How about that? And who's pushing this? The downtown partnership. These are not questions. These are comments. And so I find it really funny to me that that you will vilify a person and you have absolutely no evidence whatsoever, and you don't do it once. You do it twice. Maybe we might be here again next month. Who knows? It depends on how everybody feels. I don't understand this. This makes absolutely no sense. I've been in this town for over 30 years, and I've been to a lot of assembly. I have never seen this done before. I've had a liquor license before. I didn't even have to show up. And so I'm trying to understand. I was looking and I said, well, maybe they just not informed. But I don't find that to be the case. You guys are very much informed. You're very much informed. And some of you know exactly what's going on. You know exactly what's going on, and you know why this is being done. I said before, if this does not happen, the minute Robert moves his stuff out the front door, friends and acquaintances of the downtown partnership will be moving their stuff in the front door. And these are not things that we're guessing. See, people here, this is a small town, and people have big mouths. And they go out to dinner, and they talk. And sometimes they talk too loud. And sometimes people hear them, and they repeat what they heard. So be careful, because there are also things called tape recorders. And y'all know the law here. You can tape anything, long as one person knows that it's being taped. So be careful in the conversations you get yourself into with people about certain people, over this place, all of this ruckus over this place, this is unprecedented. This has never happened before. And if somebody know of a time it happened, please inform me. I know there'll be no questions for me. Thank you.
Hold on, you're wrong. Mr. Flynn first, then Ms.
I love that. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Jones. Thank you for coming back tonight.
Thank you.
Do I understand that you have a brother who works for the Hotel Captain Cook?
No. I have a brother that works for the union.
For the union?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And did he engage you in any conversation?
Absolutely not. I'm a private investigator. I don't need to talk to nobody. I'll find out what I need to find out. No, my brother did not have any conversations with me about this.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Robert, for coming out testifying this evening, and everybody else who's here, not only on this issue, but every issue that we've dealt with. Robert?
Sir, Mr. Jones, sir.
I believe his name is
Please.
I
Maybe
have a
Tank,
question.
But when Ilby's talking to you, sir, please don't leave.
No, I heard her say Robert. My name ain't Robert. I didn't know. If you was talking to me, no disrespect, man.
Let me start all over again. Thank you, Mr. Jones, for
my friend.
testifying
Thank
this
you.
evening. I appreciate you being here this evening,
Thank
and
you.
everybody else that's here testifying, not only on this issue, but every issue that we've dealt with this evening. Now, with that said, I think the last time you testified, you mentioned the same thing that you did this evening, that you have heard, and if I'm not, correct me if I'm wrong, okay, that you've heard that there's somebody else who's involved with the Downtown Partnership waiting to take over that facility.
No, I hadn't heard it last time. I was guessing last time.
Okay.
But now, it's different.
Okay. And I don't want to put you on the spot, but I would really like to know who that other entity is. I really would, because I've never heard it.
I don't think.
And it's troubling to me. Frankly.
I know, it is. It should be troubling.
Well, it is.
I would not be willing to put that out in open form.
Okay.
Because they know who they are.
Okay. And you know for a fact that that's the case.
I only deal in facts.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else? Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward.
Hello, I'm Arena Martin, last name Martin. I'm extremely nervous. I hate speaking in front of people. But from what I gather, I guess another nightclub is not welcome in downtown. I've known Robert for a while, and I'm actually excited about it. I mean, I've heard about the menu. I've been there. I think something new is better than something old or nothing at all. And what he's offering is not down there. I've worked with him before. I've known him for years. I'm looking forward to going back there and experiencing the soul food and the Italian food and the Chinese food and the dancing. As far as feeling safe, I mean, an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. That's why we have the serve safe classes and everything else for everybody to take responsibility. That's understood. Some things you can help from happening, some things you can't. But as far as Robert doing them, no. As far as him making sure everything is going to go good, I really trust and believe in that than anybody else that I know to take over that spot. I've been to Platinum Jackson, not so much. Not so much. And I think it's going to bring quite a few jobs for a few people. There's nothing ever wrong with that. And like I said, he's a good man. Known him for years. I think that's it.
No questions yet. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to testify on this issue, please come forward.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Lee Reddick. I've known Mr. Alexander for 25 plus years. I know him personally. I also know him in the business sector. I've been a part of the nightclub scene for over 30 years here in Anchorage. I've been a part of a lot of club venues. I've seen a lot of things go on here in town, both bad, both good. I mean, some bad, some good. But for the most part, I've known Mr. Alexander for, like I said, 25 plus years. I've known him to be very attentive to customer concerns, city concerns, his own venue concerns, and he's very hands-on as far as all those things are concerned. I know the people here on the committee, it's a hard thing to see all the coverage in the news media and have your character questioned as to who you are, how you handle your business, and so on. I know most of the people here in the room have seen it, and it's a very hard thing to have your character in question when you're not that person. I know from dealing with him personally and business-wise that he's not that person. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
And I hope you
Questions from somebody?
consider that. Thank you so much.
No questions, sir. Thank you. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. How you guys doing?
Fine, sir. How are you?
My name is Raimi Rodriguez. I work Monday through Friday. I look forward to coming to LED every weekend and dancing. There's not a spot in Anchorage for the Latin community to come out and dance, and Mr. Alexander provides one. Like I said, I come every weekend. I feel safe. I've never seen any problems, any fights, nothing to be concerned about. That's all I have to say.
There are no questions. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Billy Ray Powers, P-O-W-E-R-S. I don't have enough history to know why there would be a action like this taken against Mr. Alexander. Maybe it's warranted. I don't know. But I'm a liberty kind of guy. And I'm totally against liquor licenses, period. I'm against taxi cab licenses. I'm against limited entry fishing licenses. These are government established monopolies. You know, if we get right down to it, everybody knows that at 5 o'clock there's a lot of traffic on the road. There's more cars than we really need on the road. 5 o'clock. So maybe we ought to have limited entry driver's licenses. And in fact, every 5 years, maybe everybody ought to come before the assembly and speak for their privilege to drive. What should be happening here is the city of Anchorage should be refunding everybody that is invested in a liquor license, the $250,000 and up that they have invested, so that we can get this back down to a level playing field. We should also reimburse all the taxi cabs that have invested over $100,000 in a government established monopoly. We should give them back their money and go with free enterprise like Uber. The government had no right to give away our fish and to their buddies, limited entry fishing. So, you know, this thing right here is just a byproduct of government overreach. I know it was well intended, but it's not right. Thank you.
No questions. Thank you, sir. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Mr. Alexander, do you want to come forward? Is your attorney with you, sir?
No, he's not here.
Okay.
Do you need him here?
We're going to need to swear you in, sir.
I understand.
Okay. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alexander, could you please raise your right hand and repeat after me? And I'm going to say your name, and then you say Robert Alexander. Can you do that?
I can do that.
So do you say your name, solemnly and sincerely affirm? Can you repeat this, please?
I, Robert Alexander. I didn't hear the rest of what you were saying.
Solemnly and sincerely affirm.
Solemnly and sincerely
Affirm.
affirm
That the testimony I will give.
that the testimony I will give
And the answers to any questions asked of me.
and the answers to any questions asked to me
In these proceedings
In
will
the-
be true.
in these proceedings will be true.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. The reason we do this is because this is now moving into a quasi-judicial hearing. That's the reason we have to swear Mr. Alexander in.
I'm sorry, one more time. Can you
Yeah,
repeat
it's a
this?
quasi-judicial hearing now. That's the reason we had to swear you in, sir, because now you're not limited to 3 minutes, okay?
Okay.
The clock's off. Questions from assembly members? Mr. Evans, sir. Then Mr. Holman. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Alexander, at the work session we had before, you remember, I talked about my concern about the workers' compensation issue, and obviously that's been an issue that people are familiar with. And what I want to do tonight is give you the opportunity to answer questions about that matter on the record so that everybody can hear it, so everybody's on the same page about that. I understand there have been findings by the Workers' Compensation Board and that that decision is on appeal by you. We don't have the technical appeal issues before us, so I don't know exactly which facts you're appealing and which you accept. What I'd like to do tonight is ask you questions based on the Workers' Compensation Board findings, give you the opportunity to say whether they're true or not, and also to explain, your reasons for the findings or your answers as to why they shouldn't be a concern. The reason that the workers' compensation matter is a concern and is not frivolous is because one of the criteria that the board and the body here can use when a liquor license is being transferred is whether the person who it's being transferred to or the entity it's being transferred to is either untrustworthy, unfit to conduct a licensed business, or is a potential source of harm to the public. Given the allegations of the Workers' Comp Board, it is possible that some may view those findings as fitting that criteria. That's why I want to ask you these questions tonight, give you a full opportunity to state your case, and then the body can make its decision based on that. Does that sound fair?
Well, no, not entirely, Mr. Evans, and you know why. As I mentioned before, it is an appeal. The last time I was here, we had another issue with one of the protestees, and I had comment to it, and that led to depositions due to that, and so we're still under that same thing. I mentioned to you guys that I'm reluctant to get too deep involved in that area. What I can tell you about the workman's comp that I feel comfortable in saying that yes, there again is an appeal, and it's for several reasons. Facts that some of the things that you have in your packet that is not true, and so I can tell you that the director of the Workman's Comp Department and myself has come to an agreement, and I can try to explain it to you this way, just briefly, that the fines that was imposed, we've come to an agreement that it's been 85% reduced, and that's been reduced for good reasons. I don't think that they would have done this if it wasn't
good reasons. I don't want to go into the facts because it's still not signed by the courts, but this is an agreement, again, between the director and myself. Now, as far as the Anchorage municipal codes, and you mentioned that some of you may review this as me being a unworthy person.
Untrustworthy.
Okay. You know, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm perfect to either of you. I can tell you that I'm a trustworthy person. I've been in this community. You have a handful of people here that testified that tonight. People that's known me for 30 years or more. Heck, I even had my ex-wife come here. I didn't know she was coming, and said good things about me. It bothers me dearly, and I'm going to elaborate a little bit if you'll allow me. I've been here, I came here in the military, as I mentioned before, in '86. I remember joining a lodge, the Elks Lodge, here in Anchorage in the mid-'90s. And I ran through the chairs. It's a 13-year commitment. I became the exalted rulers, which you might call it president. It was difficult. If you've ever been in a fraternal organization like the Elks, it's a lot of commitment and it's geared to the community. I give, and it's related to the bingo business, to the community, several hundreds of thousands of dollars every year. And this is, if I make it or not, I still do this in the community. This is from Diamond Little League, Diamond West Little League, all the way up to, you know, fraternal organizations, churches, you know. To question me, and you can as you've done, my ability, my trustworthiness, and it's not just because I'm sitting here saying that I do a lot for the community, and you want to bring workman's comp, you know, that could happen to anyone, and to say that that person is untrustworthy, it's not fair. It's not fair to me. It is not fair to me, and I don't appreciate, you know, in fact, I don't even think it should be in the packet. I think it was a tool, an inappropriate tool that was used to probably try to paint me as a dirty operator, because maybe the public's saying, hey, give this guy a chance. Well, maybe it didn't go your way, sir, Mr. Flynn. So you add these documents in there.
Mr. Alexander, Mr. Evans, if you would, please.
I don't think it's a fair move. I don't think it's, you know, to do this to me. You haven't done it to anyone else that I know of, to do research to see if I can find dirt on it, to make this guy a dirty operator, so that I have another reason to add to the packet, to continue to protest this guy. It's not fair to me. It's not fair to anybody. Thank you.
Mr. Alexander, and I do appreciate what you said, and you've had a lot of people here testify about your character, and that's all being taken under advisement. What I have to do is I have to ask you these questions. I understand your position, and if you don't feel comfortable answering them, that's absolutely fine. That's up to you. But since we've raised this issue of workers' comp, I want to have it on the record what exactly we're talking about, so people don't think it's some kind of, you know, technical thing that you were guilty of that we're trying to blow out of proportion. So I want to get all the key facts on the record, and then people can make their own judgment about whether that is an issue that should prevent somebody from getting a liquor license, or it's an issue that anybody could have fallen victim to and it shouldn't be an issue. But right now, it's not on the public record, and everybody just hears this workers' comp. They don't know what it's about. So I'm going to ask you these questions. They're taken right from the workers' comp decision. I'm just going to ask you, when I get done with each paragraph, if it's true or if you have anything to say, and you can absolutely refuse, and I understand why you would. But I want to give you that opportunity to answer, and I want to make sure everybody's on the same page as to what this workers' compensation issue is. Okay? So I'm going to ask you the first question. There were 2 workers' compensation decisions, and in the first one, it was found that you were uninsured from November 26, 2010 until December 22, 2011. It was a lapse of 391 consecutive days. And at that time, you conceded those facts, and you stipulated to a discounted penalty at that time of $12,690. And that was a board order from August 21st, 2012. Are those facts true, Mr. Alexander?
Mr. Evans, I mentioned to you prior, this is the 3rd time. You can continue asking me your questions respectfully. This is still an investigation. I'm hoping that it goes my way. It seems that it is. It will, hopefully. I am not going to answer the majority of your questions. You have it there. I'm saying some of the stuff that is there is not true. Now, some of the things are, and there are reasons for it. Okay, so I'm not going to jeopardize what I have going on to answer this particular question, and it may be the same for your next question. It may be the same answer.
And I understand fully.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. He'll ask the next question.
I'll give you the opportunity each time and
Sure.
say same answer, and that's fine. After that finding and the $12,690 fine, you were allowed a payment plan with payments to commence on August 28, 2012. And you were told that the failure to make any single timely payment would bring the entire amount due immediately. And you made no payments at all towards satisfying the stipulated amount, and you were declared in default by the division director. Is that true, Mr. Alexander?
Once again, I'm not going to answer this question based on the grounds this is under investigation, still pending. And let me add to this, Mr. Evans, and I'm not sure I understand what you are asking me these questions, and you're highlighting things that I don't think that is necessary. That doesn't make me untrustworthy. The question that you asked me, if I didn't make the payment, it doesn't make me not trustworthy. So I'm not sure why you're asking me that question, sir. And so again, you can go on and you can try to paint me as a dirty person, right? With these your asking questions, in fact, let me ask this. Can I ask a question?
Go right ahead.
This is something of the past. This since then, basically I've been in business for 20 years. So I had a workman's comp lapsation. I can admit to that. Oh, we're going to look at every liquor license holder. Excuse me, sir. Now, we're going to look at every liquor license holder and go in their past and see if there was a workman's comp lapsation. And then if it is, when renewal time comes upon, are you going to question them as well? Are you going to even go look at the workman's comp, go to the workman's comp board and say, hey, this guy's applying for a license. We want to know all that we can on this person. Is this something that, are we setting precedents here? Or have it been done before? I just don't think it's fair. Thank you.
Thanks. And actually, Mr. Alexander, basically what the document shows is not a lapse in workers' compensation. It's several lapses in workers' compensation after you have found to have lapsed and after you're warned, and then you lapsed again and again and again. So it's not a single lapse. If it was a single lapse, I don't think this would have been brought to anybody's attention. It's a whole pattern of disregard of the workers' compensation statutes. And it doesn't necessarily mean, even if this is all true, that you'll be found untrustworthy or that you won't be given the opportunity to get your liquor license. But this issue has arisen, and I wanted to give you the opportunity to address the concerns, because you know these concerns, this document is in the packet, and the Assembly members have access to it. This is your opportunity to say whatever you want in defense of yourself. It's not a witch hunt against you, but the issue has been raised. However it came about, I think it's a significant issue. I think it deserves your attention, and we just want to know the truth. And it may not, at the end of the day, matter, but we want to get it on the record what we're talking about. Okay? Do you want me to shorten this?
Why don't we go to some other people, and then we'll come back to you.
Okay.
Mr. Honeman, down there.
I have some just some quick questions I
Yes, sir.
should be able to answer fairly quickly. Mr. Alexander, do you now have workers' compensation on all your businesses covering all your employees?
I do.
Are you aware of all the laws regarding all the statutes involving Title IV, which is the alcohol statutes? Title IV.
I've read it, yeah. I mean, I can sit here and say I remember the whole thing, but I'm familiar with it. Yes, sir.
Okay. Requirements of an owner, requirements of an operator, requirements of employees.
Okay.
Have you conducted training, or do you have plans to conduct training to your staff, to your managers, to your employees?
We have.
Okay. Are you aware of incidents, issues, and problems regarding establishments with alcohol in the municipality of Anchorage? Are you familiar with, you've been in this city for a while, are you familiar with problems that arise from establishments that deal with alcohol, particularly clubs and lounges and nightclubs, bars?
I'm not only familiar with it from clubs, I'm familiar with it with people just walking down the street in downtown.
Okay. What plans do you have to prevent such problems that Anchorage has been experiences to land in your club or the area surrounding your club, this LED Ultra Lounge?
As I stated before, you know, it's not just a club. We're not open to do the things that I want to do. I'm actually waiting for this body to vote so that I can actually go in and do what we want to do. Now, we will serve lunch and dinner on would be the east side of the building. It will probably close around 11ish. On the west side of the building, there will be the east side is called Tri-Grill. So on the west side will be called LED Ultra Lounge and Grill, at which time that place will open during the days from 4 p.m. till bar hours closing. We will serve dinner until probably 1:30 in the morning. Now, there will be music. The weekends, more people tend to come out, and I do hope that they come to my place. And when they do, we're going to entertain them. We're going to entertain them with some more music, whether it's a band. And the more people that come in, we have security in place. The more people come in, the more security that we'll have. In the past, we have had probably in the areas of 15 security guards, 2 of which is walking around the building on the exterior to make sure that there's no issues outside. Everybody's protected in every way that we can.
So, in summary, I just wanted to, I don't want to, you don't have to deliver everything.
Okay.
But do you have plans in order to mitigate or try to prevent problems that you know of or aware of?
Plans are already in place, rather it's just with security cameras. We have a system in place that detects or tracks information to the people that are coming and going. These are on the busier nights. And that's basically for if the authorities need to get a hold of a troublemaker. You know, we can provide that, and that minimizes people wanting to do bad things.
So, in essence, the place that you're intending to operate and do business has had problems or incidents that have occurred in the past, how, and I'm asking you, we have to consider when we're making our decisions, we're asking, do you have the plan in place, do you have plans to train, and are you capable of making sure that you're going to be a well-managed property, particularly as it pertains to alcohol establishments, particularly late in the evening, for our community?
Yes, I will.
That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Starr, sir.
Mr. Trainee, I might have missed the disclosure by yourself. Is Rick Trainee your son?
That's one of my sons, yes. I've got 6 of them. Do you want the names of the rest of them?
No, he's on the Workers' Compensation Board, or he was
I
at
have
the
nothing
time?
to do with him. I don't talk to him about this. He's on a state board on his own. He's 45. I don't consider him a kid.
Well,
Point of order. If I may, Mr. Starr, I see where you're going, and I think I agree with you. At this point, I think it would be helpful to get that disclosure on the record and just have the body vote whether Mr. Trainee has a conflict or not.
exactly, and we have a normal disclosure.
So, Madam Chair.
Ray Jackson.
Wow.
Just for clarity's sake, for those members that are looking for their disclosure of potential conflicts, it's the orange paper, and that lays out the code for what constitutes conflict.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The question is before us. Does Assemblymember Dick Trainee have a substantial financial or private interest in the matter before the Assembly this evening? Mr. Trainee?
No. I've got 6 kids. He happens to be one of them.
Could I
Big
ask?
deal. I got kids all over this town. Well, 6 of them. They're probably all over this town. I have no idea. He lives his own life. Has since he was little. I don't think it's going to change.
Madam Chair, could I ask a question on clarity of that?
Certainly, Mr. Starr.
Have you had a chance to chat with your son about this particular
No.
matter?
I don't even know what cases he gets.
No hostility, Mr. Chairman. It's the same questions we asked everybody else, so I just want to know.
The answer to that, Mr.
Your answer
Starr.
is no, you've not talked to him about
No.
this particular case. Thank you.
Ms. Dombowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Trainee, do you believe there is any financial or private interests, immediate or known, that are dependent upon the outcome of this action?
No.
Does your son live with you?
No.
Do you have any financial interest in the matter before us?
No, I wish I did. I like the kid, but I don't see him that often. But anyway, go ahead.
Okay. Madam Chair, as I'm reading Section D of AMC 1.15.035, it does not appear that Mr. Trainee, in my assumption, has a significant financial or private interest held. His son is not a household member. Additionally, I don't believe the action we take tonight will benefit Mr. Trainee in any way. There appears there is no financial or private interest that's monetary at all. So, Madam Chair, it is my assumption, it will be my vote tonight that Mr. Trainee does not have a conflict.
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski. Does the body want to vote whether or not Mr. Trainee has a conflict?
I haven't voted all week.
Okay. So the question is, Thank you, Madam Clerk. The question before us is, does Assemblymember Trainee have a substantial financial or private interest in the matter before the Assembly this evening? Please vote.
Oh, no. Don't forget those on the phone, Madam Chair.
Ms. Johnston?
No.
Mr. Hall?
No.
I did already, yeah. The vote is unanimous that Mr. Trainee does not have a substantial financial interest in the matter before us this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can continue. Mr. Alexander.
Yes, sir.
I have a question about clarity. There's several standards, as Mr. Evans related to you earlier, on some of the, actually the criterion for our approval of the transfer, or the protest in particular. So my questions are that. So the substantial nature of your answer is where we may find that your answer either gives us pause or it doesn't affirm that a protest is required. So it's not a quiz or anything along those lines, but I'm having challenges in the mindset that previous demonstrated experience in your ability to be around liquor vendoring or oversee it or be involved in the liquor vendoring at another establishment. Particularly, it was owned by Ms. Cho or Mr. Cho. I'm not sure how that plays out. Is that Fusions?
That is correct.
And your earlier answer was that your authority was extended only to the kitchen operations. Is that true?
That is correct. Originally, yes.
Some of the packet information of us, some of the packet information talks about violations at Fusions. Did those occur before or after your watch? And let me tell you what I believe happened. I believe that that operator got in challenges and said, hey, I'm in trouble, can you help me out? Did you become a partner after that violation, or what did your relationship change into?
It was after. The issue with that license was something that was going on years before I arrived there. And because of the financial, the money that I had invested in some of the remodel of that place, not knowing that this was a problem going into it, I took it upon myself to fix the problem. As I mentioned before, I fixed it to a point that the ABC board allowed us to continue to stay open. And at that point in time, I jumped on board with helping with the managing of some of the decisions that was made regarding the place somewhat as a whole, not entirely all to the restaurant, but a very small portion to the bar side of things.
Great, thanks for that answer. The TAMS training requirements and all that, you're comfortable and you understand how that server training requirements are to be done?
Very, very, very much so.
And then your last, some concerns about it, which you've mentioned prior to this, is your security plan and how you anticipate. There was some question whether or not outsourcing security was the right answer or that, but you're comfortable with that downtown location, the size of the facility, that your security plan is going to be adequate?
More than comfortable. There's no doubt in my mind that I can manage that place, regardless of the size. If it was the Sullivan Arena, I can manage the Sullivan Arena. I don't have that problem in being able to take care of it. I can't sit here and say that I won't have an incident with inside. I can't control everything that goes on.
Yeah.
And I don't think anyone can.
Fair enough. I don't have any more. It's sort of badgering the witness at this point. I don't intend to engage in that, but what we'll do is after this, hopefully we'll be able to close public testimony, and then we'll further debate, and I'll have other comments. Perhaps another reason to bring you back up for a conversation of clarity. But at this point, I'm happy with being able to close debates shortly, and we'll deliberate amongst ourselves.
Thank you.
Right. I think I found a way to make this less painful, Mr. Alexander. I'm just going to ask one question about the workers' compensation thing and just combine a bunch of facts here. Based on the documents we've got from workers' compensation, it alleges that you were uninsured from November 26, 2010 till December 22, 2011, a lapse of 391 days. You were again uninsured during a period from December 22, 2012 through and including September 11, 2013, another period of 264 days. You were again uninsured during the period from December 20th, 2013 through and including March 18th, 2014, a period of 89 calendar days. And then once again, you were uninsured during a period of May 3rd, 2014 through May 27th, 2014, a period of 25 calendar days. That's the basis of the workers' compensation thing. So if there's anything you want to tell us about that, this is your opportunity.
What I will say is this, those days accumulate not all due to the fact of me. The way that some of those things are, the process, rather the reports, it may be that the insurance company would call for an audit. So the audit has to be taken, has to be set with me and the person that does the audit. Now, I have to wait until there's time for those people to get to me, for me to do the audit, and then they have to do the audit all along. And so basically, in this particular case, the report wasn't done. Okay, and so now it calls for this audit. So in the meanwhile, while the report's not done, you can lapse. So now I have to sit and wait again for this to take, for the audit and myself to get together, the auditor and myself to get together, for that auditor to come up with his findings. All that stuff takes time. And that's that's a negative number to the number that you mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, okay? In other words, when the audit is taking place, and we all know how long things can take, you are not allowed to get workers' compensation within that period?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No, they won't. It goes to, what happens is it'll go to NCCI. So you're in compliance with NCCI. When you're not in compliance with NCCI,
What's NCCI?
it's a national code. I don't know the name. Maybe you can ask.
Okay.
But anyway, it's a national thing. It's not just in Alaska, not just with the company that I deal with. But once you're not in compliance with those guys, no other insurance company will cover you. So you have to wait the process. So again, all that time was not due to me.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You want to say to us?
Yes, I do. Part of the the protest is, and you can see it in some of the letters and some of the people that came up in the past and spoke, was that they don't want another nightlife type of club downtown because of the problems downtown is having. And so, as I mentioned to you earlier, my plans is to have a restaurant, and 90% of the time, that's what we're doing there. On the weekends, for 3-4 hours, we turn up the music. There are other places downtown that are doing the same thing. In fact, there's a place going in right now at the old Covenant House, Central Blues, or whatever the name, Blues Central. They're going to have a band doing some of the same things I'm doing, serving food, and there's a band. On the weekends, there are going to be more people. Are we going to, is this board going to say, hey, we protest. We don't want another one? Are you going to say that to these guys? Or have you already? I mean, I understand that this thing takes a process. And I feel in the very beginning that I understood it and was patient with it. And until the point that, now we're looking for dirt to paint me as an unworthy person. I don't feel good about that. You can take this license away from me. I'm not an unworthy person. You can vote no if you want to. Still not an unworthy person because I had a workman's comp lapse, or 2 or 3 of them over the course of 20 years of doing business. Don't think it's fair. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else that you want to testify in your behalf? We can swear somebody else in if you want us to, sir.
No.
Thank you. That
Thank you.
completes this section of it. Public testimony on this item is now closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved and seconded. Billy Ray, we're not going to reopen the matter.
There's material facts, there's material things. I didn't know that you were related.
Judicial, we're done with that portion of it, please.
There's material facts here. I have something to say. It's not a big thing.
Do you want to be sworn in?
I will be.
Okay. Madam Clerk? Reopen it and let him swear in.
Please repeat the oath after me, and when I say state your name, state your name.
Okay.
I state your name.
I, Billy Ray Powers,
Solemnly and sincerely affirm
solemnly and sincerely affirm
that the testimony I will give and the answers to any questions asked of me
that the testimony I will give and any questions asked of me
in these proceedings will be true.
in these proceedings will be true.
Go ahead, sir.
It's just a small matter. Dick, you should have made it clear that your son is a big dog on the board. And you don't ever talk to him. You don't ever speak to him.
Not about what
I have a hard time believing that. I have 7 kids, and I speak to them all the time. And anything like this, I would speak to him about it. But okay, we'll drop that. Mr. Alexander is being charged with not having paid his insurance premiums. I would see only one problem with that, and that would be if he would have told his employees that the insurance premiums were paid, and they were indeed not, and they were not covered. Other than that, not paying the insurance premiums does not create a fraud. He just was short on money. Now, if we want to talk about dereliction of duty, let's talk about the city of Anchorage when 1/3 of our 9th graders will not graduate from high school. And that is our job. That is a way bigger dereliction of duty than not paying your workman's comp insurance. That's all I have to say. Any questions?
Thank you. Sir, you know you're going to be sworn in.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Madam Clerk? Raise your right hand, sir.
Okay, so you're going to repeat the oath after me, and when I say state your name, you'll state your name. Okay. I state your name.
I, Philip Izon,
Solemnly and sincerely affirm
solemnly and sincerely affirm
that the testimony I will give
that the testimony that I will give
and the answers to any questions asked of me
and the, I'm sorry,
answers to any questions asked
and the answers to any questions asked of me in these proceedings will be true.
Welcome, sir.
The only thing that I'd like to bring up is that the biggest issue at hand tonight has been workers' comp. And I mean, granted that there's no way you can say that that's not a severe issue. I understand. However, with Platinum Jacks or many of the other clubs in town that have had issues, workers' comp was not the main reason on why the club had an issue. It had to do with poor management and bad security. 2 things that Platinum Jacks did have was poor management and bad security. Rum Runner is another example. There are plenty of examples of this happening. LED Ultra Lounge is that's not the case here. So I don't understand how the workers' comp, granted, you may have a management issue as a whole in regards to not paying premiums or whatnot, but I don't believe that that's a safety issue, which is really what this board is meeting for. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Ma'am?
I don't know if there's anybody else who wants to speak about this, but I think this is the portion where people are actually giving testimony on the issue at hand, not giving commentary. So it would be helpful if people are coming forward with information that can help us in our deliberatory process.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wish to swear in? Hearing and saying no on public testimony is closed. What's the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Mr. Starr, sir. You're on the list.
We need to take an at ease, Mr. Chairman, or are you okay?
I'm fine.
This is actually the first time that I've actually had to depose under normal course of testimony clients. It's awkward for me because I don't feel like we were properly primed on what our assembly role was in that proceeding. So if it was merely to validate that Mr. Alexander would tell the truth, I think we could have asked him to tell the truth. So
This happens so infrequently, Mr. Starr.
I understand, but if there's a legal premise for it, I think it should have been disclosed to all of us as to what the legal premise was. If it's to be used in a future workman's comp liability conversation, I'm not certain that that's our role to provide workman's comp accurate information on the record. The AR before us, I'm not going to vote for. And I want to be very clear what this means, is because what it means is to approve this says that we protest the license transfer. So the idea that we lodge a protest on criterions that are listed inside this action is not what I want to do, because I don't believe that the case has been made that the criterion cannot be satisfied by Mr. Alexander's operation. And I try to be, in my experience here, as open-minded as I can, but also call myself back to the task of what does our laws say, what does the process say, and what is the previous action that this body has done with everybody else, meaning precedents. My exampling here is very specific, and I feel like I'm trying to educate the public as much as I'm trying to sway the body, that we get back inside the discussion of what's at hand here. We have a criterion listed on page 704 inside of our packet that's very clear. That's the measuring stick. We can perhaps make a case to go outside of it, but the idea that we have to be able to prove or disprove that the criterion is met or not met. Mr. Flynn has drafted what I believe is a tremendous legal brief for debate amongst a college class. He's not a lawyer. He had help by a lawyer, but I don't believe that he's met the criterion to prove that he can't, Mr. Alexander can't satisfy the criterion. The fact that Platinum Jacks had a history in that location, to me, is not Mr. Alexander's problem. So the idea that somehow or another all of the documentation in here with the Platinum Jacks violations affects Mr. Alexander's business model, I don't believe that to be true. I believe that the testimony from Mr. Alexander and his past ability to kind of conceive what he's getting into makes sense. Platinum Jacks was a bad experience. That downtown location has had plenty good experiences, both almost the same model and certainly with the same conditional use. Remember, it's the transfer of liquor and the authority to vendor liquor that we're up against, not whether does the conditional use of the facility work well for that. So my take is that previous operators have done fine with that. Even Platinum Jacks at their beginning was doing just fine. But I do believe that it isn't appropriate to criterion measure Mr. Alexander's operation against those operators' performance, because it doesn't affect him. And Mr. Flynn has done it a couple times in there. There's some testimony in here about Hard Rock Cafe. Perhaps the density of liquor vendoring downtown is getting to be too much. Again, I don't believe that that's Mr. Alexander's problem. I clarified the Fusions discussion. I think he grew that as an entrepreneur would. He felt that he could make some difference at that organization, and he jumped in there and joined as a partnership, or however that came to be, and he says, I can make a difference. I know of Mr. Alexander now, and I didn't before. I have no conflict of interest and no close association. But I have been an employer, and I'm an employer in this town. I know people that have worked for him. Not any of these that are mentioned here, but Alexander's RV, Alexander's Painting. All of these operations are still, I believe, in existence and were in existence. This guy's an entrepreneur, and I think his style may be rough and callous, but I believe his intent to put together a good facility is what is in mind here, and I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. Mr. Alexander's business plan is claimed on page 707 some of the findings that the business plan is insufficient. I'm not certain we can weigh in on that yet. We don't measure too many business plans with the thorough comb that we have here. I'm interested in, can he keep the peace? Is he going to be fair in his training, oversight the operation, and react accordingly? I think that's about as far as I can measure his business plan today. Early in our packet, we had a big one this time because a lot of them are liquor license renewals. They're the process by which we bring back the operators that have not done a good job over demonstrated abilities and say, hey, we're taking you back. We're going to take back your liquor license, or we're going to open up your conditional use permit, and we're going to make some changes. This is a large facility. There's no question that it has a big operating footprint downtown. But I feel like we can't send the message that we want to decide what that facility is going to be used for. It's not our big money rolling out here. It's not our risk and our passion. It's Mr. Alexander's. So for today, I'm willing to give Mr. Alexander the liquor transfer, not through this mechanism, though, stating these protests. So I cannot vote for 15A as it's written with the criterion measured by Mr. Flynn's and the author's findings. That is not appropriate finding. Thank you.
Well, for similar reasons stated, and I think Mr. Starr's on to some things there, we were asked to look at this particular liquor license transfer as it was sold back from Platinum Jack's. They sold it. We actually transferred in the meantime back to the owner originally of the La Mex property that was there, and that lady. And had conversation with her early on in this process when this resolution first came forward with the transfer, and actually did a site visit on the location. And I don't see anything different in a lot of ways, but I do see some differences in others, and that is it is going to be a bar on one half, and yes, they'll serve food, and on the other half, it looks like it's going to be mostly a restaurant. And I don't know how the merge or how it synergizes in, and like he was describing earlier, at 11 o'clock, does that back section over in the east, does it get closed or whatnot? I don't know. The issue for me is, and I think we got down to the details of does Mr. Alexander have what it takes to run a business, and he clearly has run businesses, but I also know that and we can't mince words, he's made some errors in some business decisions, and there are flaws, and they're pretty big ones in the interest of 360-some days without workers' comp insurance. And somebody testified earlier, does that put his employees at risk? It probably did. Don't know. And hopefully it didn't come to that. But in any event, I think Workers' Comp Board did what they did. The matter is still on appeal, and Mr. Alexander isn't going to give us much more than what he's already discussed and what we have on as a matter of record. But I do feel that if we were to, I think this liquor license in and of itself, if we approve it, comes up for renewal in a year. I'm willing to, by the end of this year in 2015, and I'm willing to see if Mr. Alexander really proves up that he can operate this bar as the plans that he has presented, both initially when he came before this body, and at the Public Safety Committee when he brought another set of plans and actually showed us and demonstrated and had people testify. And I think he gets the message that we're very serious. But I did want to take just a second, and it may sound like I'm preaching a little bit, but I wanted to take a second to say I don't do threats. Honestly, I don't. It doesn't, coming up here saying that, we'll take action against you if you don't, if it doesn't go our way, doesn't impress me. I don't discriminate. I'm an equal opportunity for business, well-managed businesses in our community. And I won't tolerate and I won't settle for any bad operator, and particularly when it comes to alcohol. As you know, people in this body, if you don't think we haven't had an increase or a rise in violent crimes in our community, and a lot of times involving substance abuse, you're fooling yourself, and I'm sorry for you. Alcohol's not the evil, but problems are really exponential if you have, and really dangerous when it's not managed properly. So I think Mr. Alexander has given us enough information to show that we should be able to allow this license transfer to go through, and we can re-examine it at the end of this year when it's up for renewal. And if it doesn't work, if it's not working, or we see a marked problems at that location through the police calls for service, believe me, at the Public Safety Committee meeting, I'll be asking and monitoring, and well in advance of the renewal. So, Mr. Alexander, if the vote goes where you're given the opportunity to prove up, don't mess up. That's all I can say.
Mr. Chair? Yes, Ms. Johnson. I asked Mr. Hahnemann a question.
I can barely hear. Go ahead.
Could I ask you a question as far as, are you making an amendment to the resolution?
Well, the resolution is to protest this. I think Mr. Starr is right. If we pass this resolution, we're protesting the license, the transfer. Am I correct? So,
but Mr. Hahnemann, you're saying within a year.
well, it's by a matter of record. If we vote down AR 2015-1, the transfer goes through. Correct? And if that's the case, then this liquor license itself is up for renewal at the end of 2015.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think one thing I can certainly agree with Mr. Alexander on is this has been a trying process. And for that, I apologize, both to him and to all of you, because this is not a lot of fun. And I think those of you who know me are aware that I tend to believe in the better angels of people. And I honestly believe that Mr. Alexander truly wants to establish a very high-quality operation at this location. I brought this matter forward because the downtown business community had concerns about it. I think they were legitimate concerns. And as members of this body know, and this community know, the downtown area has been plagued by operators who came into the downtown business community with the best of intentions. And things went fine, as Mr. Starr pointed out, initially. And then things went downhill. And they got worse, and they got worse, and they got worse. And they've created a culture that we're trying to turn around, where people think it's okay to come downtown and misbehave. I literally have 2 cracked windows in the office I sit in every day from gunfire. So the question I have to ask myself is, based on that history of operators who want to do the right thing, but somehow fail to do the right thing, is there a reason to believe that Mr. Alexander will come up short on what he desires to do? And unfortunately, his history at Fusions and his history with the Workers' Compensation Board indicates that he will fail to meet his obligations. And I have to tell you, just so you know, even if we pass this resolution and the ABC board therefore denies the transfer, he can still continue to operate as he is operating today under a management agreement with Ms. Johnson. And then, as Mr. Honan pointed out, this license will come up again at the end of the year, and we'll get to revisit it. I think that's an important distinction. We're not necessarily saying no, but we are certainly saying we're keeping a very close eye on this. So this is not about any one person or any one business. I've been working on this issue for a long time. All of you know how much effort I put in to dealing with the Rum Runner situation. I know this is very trying for Mr. Alexander. I'm a businessman too. I don't wish to make his life difficult, but I think our concerns are appropriately placed as elicited in this resolution, and therefore I'm voting yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I wanted to talk a little bit about workman's comp, and I'm not sure how many people out there know exactly how the workman's comp system works. I've started businesses, and the way it works is you estimate what your payroll is going to be. And at the end of the year, they do an audit to find out how close you were to estimating. And if you overestimated, you get a little money back towards your next year's premiums, and if you underestimated, then you got to kick in a little bit. And if your business happens to grow much more rapidly than you had anticipated, I could certainly see why at the end of the year you wouldn't have paid enough workman's compensation insurance. You wouldn't have, your estimate was not as good as it should have been. So just for a point of information about workman's comp. And I've been in a similar situation, not exactly like Mr. Alexander. I've opened nightclubs before when the city fathers were not at all pleased that I was going to be doing that. And so I understand. I've walked a mile in your shoes, Mr. Alexander. And so I feel that we need to give you an opportunity to prove yourself. And I agree with Mr. Honeman. A year from now, this license will come up for renewal again. And if things are going swimmingly, there'll be no problems renewing that. So as far as I'm concerned, it's up to you, Mr. Alexander. Show us you can do it. And I wish you lots of luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've listened intently throughout this entire process, and I want to echo the sentiments of Mr. Honeman. In no way did I hear any member of this body try to vilify Mr. Alexander. In fact, I think the comments that I've heard have been nothing but respect. People that recognize this is an entrepreneur, this is somebody who is a value to our community. And so if you felt that way, I just want to say that was not my intent. And when it comes to discrimination, you know, at one point women didn't have a right to vote either. So I just want to say that. But, you know, I think what this comes down to is the body and the community is very cautious because of past history. Not that it's your fault, it's just the location and the past history of the downtown area in general. Whether bar break issues, the violence issues, and like I said, just in general, the history of this particular area, not just the location itself, but the whole area. So I think there is a concern with oversaturation of bars in this area. We're grappling with trying to, how do we deal with this as a community? And whether it's fair or not, every bar that goes in these areas, I think, is going to have a higher level of scrutiny than maybe past precedent. But with that said, I think Mr. Starr summed it up better than I could have. I do not find the threshold has been met for me to deny the transfer of this permit. So with that, I just want to be very, very clear. I want members to understand, if you vote no, that means Mr. Alexander will get the license. If you vote yes, it means you're trying to prevent the license transfer, correct? From legal?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Right. So I will be voting no. I believe this operator has the ability, and I'm very hopeful that when your renewal comes up, there will be no issues. But I'm the first one to say, if there is, you know, I'll come down on it like a hammer, because I truly believe in responsible operators, and this is a privilege, being able to serve alcohol in our community. But with that said, I have every bit of faith that you're going to do a great job, and I wish you the very best.
Mr. Evans, sir, and then Ms. Gray Jackson. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From the beginning of this whole process, I thought that Mr. Alexander was sort of being unfairly tarred with the legacy of Platinum Jacks. I think if Mr. Alexander had applied for a liquor license at some other location in town that didn't have that history, and those people concerned about a nightclub being there, it would have been approved without, without any kind of public process or public testimony anyway, and it would have been pretty easy. But, you know, we got the protest from the community. There is concern about it. I think Mr. Starr is correct that our concerns, or the public's concerns about a nightclub being in that location, while legitimate, are not should not be a factor in whether or not Mr. Alexander gets the license. Now, the workers' comp issue, The workers' comp issue was brought up, and it was placed in our packets to be a decision point or something that we should rely on in making this decision. That is why I asked Mr. Alexander those questions. I wanted to give him the opportunity to address it because it's in our packet and people could be making decisions based on that. I understand. I mean, I think those are. I think the workers' comp history Mr. Alexander has is really bad, and I think he kind of downplays that somewhat. It's not over 20 years. It's just in the last 4 years. But that being said, I don't think it's an issue that disqualifies him from possessing a liquor license. So I, too, am going to vote no.
Thank you. Ms. Gray-Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Flynn for bringing this forward because, after all, it is his district. It is the community where his constituents live that he represents. And there have been other problems with other facilities or bars downtown. But I really can't see blaming Mr. Alexander for past practices, poor management, and poor security of other facilities downtown. And Mr. Alexander made a statement. He said that he feels that the workers' compensation issue is an inappropriate tool used to paint him as a dirty person. I won't take it that far as painting you as a dirty person, because I don't think anybody had that intention whatsoever. But I've always felt that bringing the workers' compensation issue into our deliberations was a bit inappropriate. The majority of folks that testified in favor of this facility. Just, in my whereabouts within this community, I happen to run into folks who have been to LED, and there's been nothing but positive comments. And it's really nice to see a facility. I haven't been there yet, but I will be, to see establishment in this community that caters to the older crowd in this community and is a little upscale. You currently have your workers' compensation business taken care of. Your training's been conducted. You're appealing it. You even mentioned that you've come to an agreement that 85% of your fine is going to be reduced. And I'm just repeating what you said, even though I still feel like, this has nothing to do with this. And another question that I have for the body, I don't remember looking into any other establishments' workers' compensation issues in the past. I just don't remember that. One person testified who lives next door, and I respect and appreciate her concerns, and I feel confident that you will work with this person so that she is not affected by loud music, issues in the parking lot. I feel confident that you're going to take care of that issue. And again, I just can't see punishing you for something that happened that you really had nothing to do with. And I really believe that you're going to run a fine business, and you're going to do what you need to do, especially after this long process that you've been through for the last several months. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Steele, sir.
Mr. Chairman, may I briefly just clarify something? The workers' compensation issue came to us via the ABC board. It was their finding that they brought to us. So it wasn't like we pulled it out of thin air.
If I can respond, Mr. Chairman, please.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you for that comment, Mr. Flynn. I really appreciate that.
Let's move on to Mr. Steele. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Boy, it's been a long process. I'm sure Mr. Alexander thinks it's been a long process as well. And you've heard it from other people, we've had some terrible issues downtown. Anybody in this town that reads a newspaper or watches the news understands that there were some operations and some structural problems with Barbary that have caused a lot of heartache, and more than heartache, damage, injury, and even death. And I believe Mr. Alexander when he says that he wants nothing but good from it, that he's got his ducks in a row, he's got his security in place, He's going to be sensitive to those neighbors around him in terms of their issues, and I believe him. And I believe also that the license will be back before us again in a year. This is not a witch hunt. It's extreme frustration from being beaten down over Platinum Jacks, rum runners, bar break issues all over town, fights, knifing, shootings, and that wild attitude that you heard about from others that the place to go be crazy is downtown. I don't believe this facility is that type of facility, and I will be voting no on this issue.
Mr. Hall, sir. Mr. Hall? Ms. Johnston?
Yes.
You have the floor, ma'am.
Or the phone, whatever. But really nit on this because I'm not sure if it's as much about Mr. Alexander as it is the transfer of the liquor license. And, you know, who are we penalizing here? Are we penalizing the owner of the liquor license who's trying to sell it and occupy the building, or are we penalizing Mr. Alexander? And I have to say, my conflict is one of our sons loves salsa dancing, and he feels that what Mr. Alexander is offering is a great place because there's a whole group of people that love to go salsa dancing. And I think Mr. Alexander has a very good business plan. My concern is the facility is big. The facility is in downtown Anchorage. If Mr. Alexander was doing a salsa Midtown or some other place than downtown, I would have a totally different perspective on this. And then it comes to the liquor license, and how does it come back to us within a year? Does it come back to us within a year as Mr. Alexander's, or does it come back to us from the previous owner? Because Mr. Alexander will continue to be able to operate with an agreement with the previous owner. And I have no question that Mr. Alexander is an entrepreneur. I have no question that he has all good intent of being a good business owner. I am concerned about the location, and I am concerned about the stop facility. And for that reason, I'm afraid I'm going to be a yes vote.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Hall, are you still on the line?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead, sir. You've got the floor.
I'm fine. Thank you.
Do you want to state anything, sir? We're about to vote.
No, I'm fine.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Since everybody's stating, I will. Yes, go ahead, Elway. Take a chair.
Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been a long process. Mr. Alexander, you've got a lot of friends out there. It's good to have your friends here because you need to keep your friends with you. We're going to vote tonight to let you have this license, I think, because I can count the votes. So make sure you handle it well, and make sure your workman's comp is always kept up, because I don't want to see always been delinquent 200 days with it the next time, sir, because it is a matter of concern for us. But thank you very much for coming, because I know it's very uncomfortable being in that position for about 45 minutes. You deserve an award for putting up with it, sir, but thank you. We need to get this done.
No.
Sue Kanen, Kanen, and I've handed a handout here I'll refer to. Can I have extra time so that everyone quiets down? Okay. I want to stay in here, but.
If we,
These are grueling evenings, and I appreciate your service to the community, and I don't take lightly that you've offered me 3 minutes to talk to you. And it's really important that I talk to you now because it's on the issue of fluoridation and the purity of the chemicals. And I just found out January 19th that these chemicals are now being sourced and have been sourced for the last year from China. And that's a real concern. What are the quality standards that we have for the purity of these fluoridation chemicals? And the municipal code states that all techniques should be used for the testing of the purity of the fluoridation chemicals shall all comply with the rules and standards set by the Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation and the National Primary Water Regulations. They don't have any standards for the purity. So this code is sort of misrepresents to the people in Anchorage that there's actually some testing of this material. I wanted to go over the industrial process, and as a chemist, I speak the language of these symbols. And the industrial process that produces our fluoridation chemicals are, I'm going to read just the English words, rock that's radioactive. This is the rock that they get uranium from. This is also the rock that they get the phosphoric acid for fertilizer from. They add sulfuric acid to that, they burn it, and then off comes gases that they use a scrubber to keep from polluting the rest of the environment. And you get the fertilizer and drywall. That's phosphogypsum, which is the calcium sulfate part of it. And the reason I'm bringing that up, and this is the same equation that gives us the fluoride chemicals, is because that drywall has been known to be defective, radioactive, and corrosive. That's the same equation. What makes us think that that end product, fluoridation chemicals, are actually pure? They are radioactive contaminated. And the agencies that test it are not open to, I really respect this public openness, and it's under record. That's not the agency that regulates fluoridation chemicals. It's a dummy organization called the National Sanitation Foundation. It's not a public entity at all. It is a industrial trade organization. They put together this sheet of kind of a little bit mumbo-jumbo. They're not really specific about the testing of these products. And I'm not even sure that I have confidence even if they had the best testing, because I don't want our kids exposed to radioactivity in their drinking water. My girlfriend buried her granddaughter 10 days ago. You may know about that. She died of osteosarcoma. Why should we introduce and open up the bodies of our young people to radioactivity through a product that we cannot have control over? Very little analysis of the real product is ever done. They send a person over there once a year to look at the facility, and then they don't test the product at all. So please look at my email. I'll send you a follow-up email. And we're not the only we need to repeal this ordinance.
Ms. Kane, thank you. I know I've taken a phone call from you in the past, and thank you for bringing up the information. I was not aware that the product that we're getting is made in China. I will follow up and commit at least to that and find out when we made the switch, or if there is such a switch. I don't know. But we have had many hearings and testimony on fluoride in our drinking water. The Public Safety Committee meeting had many hearings on it, and I know it won't be the last time we ever hear about fluoride. We hear this from time to time, but I thank you for the information, and I'll definitely look into where we're getting our product from.
There's a bid process coming up here shortly, and if we decide we want to not do this, we need to, that's why there's a hurry.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Assembly. My name is Les Shepard, and I would like to talk to you and tell you about what I'm doing for tennis. I'll try to make this short, but I have something I'd like to hand out. One extra if somebody wants it. Okay. I'm sorry I took some. Maybe you can. Okay. What I want to tell you, I have been working on this tennis project for a long time. I've talked to you before where to build a tennis complex. Well, everything fell through, so I started working on my own. I've financed it. I've done everything. So, but I only have 3 minutes, don't I? Okay. So I'll try to cut everything in. But anyway, I asked if I could. I asked my board, I got a 501c3, and I asked the board if I could get a footprint of this property, and it's right down off Northern Lights, right across from Goose Lake, right at the end, if it goes from UAA Drive up to almost to the bridge that goes across for the bike trail. It's on the north side. It's a beautiful piece of property. I've had soils tests done on it, and they got sand and gravel, perfect for a tennis play. So what you see is you got two sides to your paper I gave you. The front, one side looking off from Northern Lights, and we're going to have 9 tennis courts outside, 4 hard surface. We may only cut those back to 3. And then we're going to have 2 grass courts and 2 clay courts. Just tennis. It won't be fitness. And that's what it's been set out for. And if you look at this map, you can see that we've got a way to get down behind the buildings. And also, the building is going to be set down into the ground. So when you look from the front, it's going to be only about 10 feet, but the back will be a full. You see how that is. But I want to, is my time up?
Your time's up. Let me
Okay.
get some
But I got
questions for you.
Can I go for a couple minutes because I got something I need to ask you?
Mr. Shepard, right here. Quick question is, I like this plan. I really do. And I'd like to be able to learn more about it to support it. Do you have an idea what it might cost?
I don't have any, no, I do not. I don't know what the cost is on it because
Go ahead and talk in the microphone so everybody can hear
I'm
you.
sorry. There's things that I felt we needed a footprint. I needed to see if the soil is satisfactory. It is. I paid for that myself. Now I need to I need a sign, and I need the property reserved for tennis. I need those two things.
Is this municipally owned right now, this land?
Pardon me?
Do you know if this land is municipally owned right now?
The owner is the city of the property.
So we own it.
Yeah, you own the property. I've got a 501c3, and I can manage it. I'm a tennis person, and I know that. I can see to it that it's built.
I'd like to talk to you offline more about this prospect.
Pardon me?
I said I'd like to talk to you more later about this project.
I would like to. I wanted to tell you there's something else out there in tennis, and where it's going to be, because it's for everybody in the neighborhood. I've had nothing. The people I've talked to has been. Anyway, it's very, very good.
Mr. Steele has a question, sir. Mr. Steele?
Yes, sir. How many courts do you have inside?
We got
and
9.
Pardon me?
We have 9. We're going to put 9 tennis courts inside. We're going to have 3 or 4 on one side, but we're going to have a center court. We may not, and this is designed so that we can put it in phases. We don't have to build all 9 and all the courts outside. We can go in phases. Tight money, hard to pick up, and it's going to be used only. We're going to use no bond money. That's out of the question. We're going to use donations and grants and help from you.
Have you talked with the Tennis Association?
Have I talked to?
The Tennis Association and
No.
some of the other groups
I'll tell
in
you
town?
what, I have not talked to them. First of all, there's some hard feelings between myself and them, not on my part, but it's theirs, because they wanted to move it up to Midtown. And I came to you and I said, don't put it up there, because people's got to go through Midtown. It's not fair to put that money out and to for the people, for Eagle River, Shugiak, you got to take into consideration, and for them to have to go through town to get to play tennis, it would never be used by these people. We want Muldoon, we want Mountain View, we want everybody to have equal ways so they can get to the piece of property. That piece of property down there is perfect. The map and everything, look at it, and it's just great. It's and I think.
Yes, sir.
So
I think for it to be successful, we need to bring everybody in. We need to bring to be successful, we need to bring in the association, but also the various teams, the coaches, the schools. Those are people that are going to support and push this effort, and I really like what you've done. Thank you.
There are no other questions, sir. Thank you for your testimony.
Pardon me?
Thank you for your testimony, sir. There are no other questions. We're going to give you a call. We'll give you a call, sir.
What would I call it?
Stick around a minute. We'll get your phone number. I can call you. Just stick around.
Stick around, sir.
I'm not with you. All done? Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward.
If I could just very briefly on sort of the same topic. My name is Bill Cotton. In addition to the other things I've done, I'm a high school tennis coach. I've been that to finish in my 11th year. I've also a past president of the Alaska Tennis Association. I don't know the specifics about Les's proposal. I have known him for many years. What he's trying to do is raise private money to build a public tennis facility on municipal public parkland, I believe. And it's something that is sorely needed by the tennis community, and particularly the high school tennis. In our past season, we were still able to do it thanks to cooperation from the Alaska Club, but it was drastically cut back. We had to cut our season from 14 matches back to 10, all the indoor matches, and we play as many outdoors as we can, but with the rain, it was very difficult. But we had to play no-ad tennis, which is, without explaining the details, it's just very shorter matches that are a little more random as to who wins. So a facility is needed. I don't know whether this would work. I happen to disagree with Les on the prior proposal pretty strongly, but he's a good person, and he's got some resources, and he's trying to put together a good proposal that maybe can get him around our public money limitations these days. That's all I have to say.
Mr. Honum has a question.
And Mr. Cotton, thanks again. I appreciate it. You do know, of course, we're always going to have to fuss and fight over dollars for any public project,
I know
especially
that.
building something new. So I do like the concept. The location I was against in the first iteration over near the west end of town. It was just a bad location, personally. But I like it better over towards the east. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There are no other questions.
Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward.
Just real briefly, Billy Ray Powers. Thanks, you guys, for hanging out these long nights. Every time you have a meeting, I know you want to get home. Real briefly, the flurry we're going to have here on the pot, I'm hoping that we're not just going to have a crazy amount of laws. I already don't like the one we have that you can't smoke in a public place. It seems to me like if you were going to smoke pot, which I don't, and I'm not going to, I don't think it helps anybody, but if you were going to smoke pot, it seems like you'd want to smoke down on the riverbank or, watching a sunset or playing a guitar in a park or something. I don't know. It just seems like that would be where you smoke. People don't even smoke cigarettes in their house. They normally go outside. So I don't like that law to start with. What I'm hoping is we're not going to have a whole bunch of laws. Let's kind of put it out there for the folks and then deal with it if we got problems. We got 80,000 pages of IRS laws. Is it helping us? Nobody even knows where they're at on it. I mean, we need to keep it simple. And that's one thing I have to say. The other thing I have to say is, I'm a liberty kind of guy. Let's not do these laws where they're civil offenses. A civil offense deprives a citizen of his right to trial by jury of his peers. The cop becomes the judge, jury, and executioner, so to speak. Let's make a criminal offense a criminal offense, because a civil offense carries criminal penalties but doesn't offer the citizen his rights under the Constitution. So please, if we're going to do a bunch of laws, let's do them criminally so a person can have a jury trial, be judged by a jury of his peers. I have a few more things, but you guys go home. Thanks for listening to us.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else wish to testify? You've been up here 3 times tonight, sir.
No. This is my turn. It's my turn. I got 3 minutes. I'm counting them all. I'm with you all. I play tennis. I was with the guy who got his liquor license. I know I'm for him. But anyway, here's what I'm here for. Lately, they have determined that they were going to take my bus out of my neighborhood. I live in Spenard. I live right next to the rec center, right across the street from Brotherhood and Sisterhood Park, right across the street from the Cultural Center, and right across the street from Northwood School. To take my, when I look out my door, I see the Spenard Recreation Center, and I can remember when that wasn't there. I can remember when a lot of stuff wasn't there. The stuff that I can remember wasn't there is there because the people in my community decided that we wanted that. We wanted that rec center. We wanted the parks. We wanted the baseball fields. We wanted those. And we determined that we were going to have them. We actually voted for the bonds for the buses. We voted for new buses. We voted for new cars. Just this morning, just this evening, you voted to transfer some money to the transit for cars and stuff like that. Now, I understand cutting budgets for monetary reasons, but at present, there's no monetary reason for the bus company to take my bus, and especially not to take my bus and put it in another part of the city. Now, I've been to 4 meetings I've been to 4 meetings in the last week, and 4 people have heard me in the last week. Now, I do not agree with you taking my bus at all, and especially not taking it to give to somebody else, to somebody other neighborhood. If my car broke down it's broke down. One of my cars is broke down. When my car breaks down, I get on the bus and I go pick it up, or I leave it there, I get on the bus and go straight home. Now, what they're proposing to do is to make it easier for a person to get to Brother Francis shelter than it is for me to get home. Now, I have paid taxes. I've been in this community for 40 years, almost 40. I have paid taxes. I have voted for every bond issue for the buses, for every bond issue for the cars, every bond issue. I'm a Teamster, and I voted every bond issue that kept us working. But that was a personal thing. Now, for everything that comes into my community, I have voted for, and I don't agree with taking anything away from my community. I think it degrades my community. When you take a bus away from my community, you make that little old lady, they can't even walk a mile to get to the bus stop. The people in my neighborhood can't. Everybody in my neighborhood is about my age, and we cannot walk a mile to get a bus. But that's all I got to say. I'm going to say it every time you see me. I believe what I mean. I mean what I say, and I believe what I say.
We have some questions for you, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just really quick. Nice to see you, Don.
Hi.
Thank you for testifying. Are you still driving a bus?
No, I've been retired for 5 years.
All right. So
I
now
got a
you're
boat.
riding.
I got a boat now.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Steele, sir.
Yes, sir. You got to keep talking. You got to keep saying it. I brought that question up. What are you taking that loop out of there for? And they tell me they don't have the ridership. They got a person here now and then, somebody over here, but they don't have enough ridership to justify it, is what they say. And I said, well, the school's there, the same thing you said, the rec center and so on and so forth. And they're saying they don't get the riders. They just don't get the riders.
One person in the Spenard. Let me tell you that the Smart community council's against it. They have it's totally against it. They're against it. One of the members mentioned that during the time that they were taking the poll, that it was on the route was on detour. So that may have been one of the reasons that they came up short. But I can look out my door any time of the day and see two or three people. I live in front of a bus stop. I can look out my door any time of the day and see somebody going to work, going home. One of the reasons that I feel that one of the reasons that we don't have the ridership that goes to Brother Francis shelter or someplace downtown is because we don't have drugs in our neighborhood. We don't have alcohol. We run the alcoholics out. We run the drug addicts out. Now that they run somewhere else, you're going to take the buses and send it to them. That don't make sense.
Thank you, sir.
Well,
Appreciate it.
keep up the discussion, and I will try and
See you
keep it up
next
too.
week, well, 2 weeks from now, on the 3rd of March. Come back and talk to us.
All right.
Anybody wish to testify, please come forward. Welcome to the meeting, ma'am.
My name is Karen Rowling, and this is my first municipal meeting. It's pretty exciting. The reason I'm here is, first of all, I'd like to thank Miss Effie Gray Jackson. I got a chance. Oh, Elfie, I'm sorry. I just finally had a chance to meet you in person. And I'm here to speak on behalf of my neighbor, Don, to save the Route 36. I did a couple of TV spots to try to get the word out to my neighbors, and because I feel that the methods the People Mover was using, the papers that were on the bus, people weren't paying attention to those, and I'll try to speak as quickly as possible. But we had signs posted at the bus stop. People weren't paying attention to those either. And one of my neighbors last night, she said, "Oh, I thought that was a construction reroute." And I said, "No, they want to take the bus away." I just want to reiterate what he's saying, that I ride the bus, and the last couple of years since my car broke down, the bus has been amazing. It takes me where I need to go. Each time I thought I could fix my car, something came up. But to make a long story short, I'm here to stress and ask for your support at municipality members to save our bus. You guys have that power. We both attended the meeting at City Hall last Thursday night, and they told us that you guys are the ones to make the decisions, and I believe there's a way in this budget that we can go across the board, as the Director Lance was mentioning, that there's a way to look at the whole route system and maybe, balance it out where we can still keep our Route 36. And I just want to say that what he's saying, the stretch, I live off of Taft, and I had a comment, one of my neighbors was saying that they said, "Oh, nobody gets on and off at Taft." I get on and off at the Taft stop on a daily basis. In fact, I'm going to be using it tonight. And the walk, I've used it to walk on the weekends because of the bus service ends early and starts late. I've walked from Taft, West 47th in my neighborhood, up Northwood. That can be a long walk. And, I got a short job over there. I'm trying to find another job right now. And one morning I walked home 6 a.m. and just the cold, it had taken into consideration what he's saying is the cold just hit my face, and it's just unbearable. But anyway, I know my time's up here, but I just want to say that if there's a chance to talk more on this before you guys make a final decision, I'd like to bring more information to the table and just say that for me, it would be like a gym workout, because there are times where you have to go back to your house more than once on the bus. You have to make more than one trip. I took 6 trips on the bus one day. And, you're going back and forth to your house. But for the seniors along West 48th, I've been on the 36 as I've gotten on my bus, and little old ladies can hardly walk. They're hobbling off that bus. And I personally believe it would be very difficult for them to walk up that stretch of Northwood. It's dark.
Time's up.
Sure, I'm sorry.
George, when is Route 36 or changing routes coming to us? She was at a meeting where they said, "Hey, come to the assembly if you don't want it." When is it coming to us, Mr. Michaelis?
So, as you remember, when the budget deliberations went on, there was in the transit budget a cut unspecified as to what routes. Right now, Lance Wilbur, the transportation director, has looked at several routes, and he's looked at those that are the actual most non-producing routes. He's gone around, and part of what you're hearing is he has gone around to different areas where they either may or may not be affected by the final routes selected. But it's pretty hard when you have some of these routes that are not extremely productive, even though those folks that use them need them. Sometimes it's hard when the ridership is extremely low. But anyway, I don't think a final decision has been made yet, Mr. Trainee, but I do know that he's going through the required process that's set out not only in code, but what he has to do also because of the federal funds that we get.
Thank you,
and that is
Mr.
to go around and
just
talk
let
to
the
folks.
assembly know when the decision is made, because this affects our constituents
Yes, sir.
across this town. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Will we have a chance at the next meeting before a decision is made?
I don't know when the decision's going to be made, ma'am. That's what he was saying. We don't know yet when the decisions will be
But
made.
you guys have another meeting coming?
On the 3rd of March. So come back to us then and talk to us
Okay.
again.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for being here. Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward.
My name's Ed Larrivee. It hasn't changed, Larrivee-2. And today you all did an okay job. It wasn't the best, but it was an okay job. I noticed when there was little sparks flying, it got more interesting. You all got to do this. Stage it. I don't care. Nobody likes to watch paint dry. That was good. And for those viewers out there in TV land, March 3rd. And, I mean, y'all did okay. I think y'all spend too much money, honest to God. I think y'all spend too much money. But if you want more people to participate in the audience, you have to do what you did tonight. Do those sparks, and you'll get a crowd out here. And then they'll be able to help you guys make a decision. If it's dull, boring, everybody keeps talking about pot, I mean, how much can we take? But tonight, I noticed this was one of the most exciting meetings we had, and that was good. Because now the people out there in TV land, there might be more that show up. There's promise there. Well, anyway, you all have a great night. Enjoy spring. It is going to be here very soon. Got up to 52 degrees. Get out there on a bike. I want to see you guys on bikes when it gets warm out here, riding your bikes here. That's what I'd love to see. Because, you're part of the community. Well, anyway, you all have a good night. I'll see you March 3rd.
You take care, sir.
Okay, thank you again for the, excitement.
Anybody else wish to testify, please come forward. Anyone at all? Hearing you say no one?
Move to adjourn.